but I can read it, no? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you at the conference organized by the students of the College of Europe at Natolin on the Green Deal for the Globe. We have here on my left Joanna, who will be the master of ceremony today, at least during this panel. And I am very pleased to say that because of the topic and its importance, we have today with us our rector, Federica Mogherini, rector of the College of Europe, who will start the conference, and Ambassador Artur Lorkowski, who will moderate the panels during the conference. I would like to say that this is the second international conference organized by the Energy and Climate Governance Nest at the Natolin campus of the College of Europe, and for the second time this conference is organized by the students, and let me thank the students for taking this responsibility and for devoting their time, energy and knowledge to invest in this undertaking. So thank you very much. I know that experts today will be discussing during the panels the EU's external action in the context of green and just transition. And I know that after the panels there will be a possibility for all participants to discuss, and I would like to encourage everybody to do just in order to contribute to this conference. The topics will be discussed from the perspective of climate diplomacy, from carbon pricing and international trade. So I would like to encourage everybody to take part in. As I said at the beginning, the topic is very important. That is why I am pleased to announce that Rector Federica Mogherini will start with sharing some comments on her experience in the field. So Federica, if I may ask you to do.
Thank you very much, Eva. I would like to thank the students, first of all, for organizing this, Ambassador, for organizing this very important conference. Indeed, it is a pleasure for me to be here, first of all, on stage with you, Eva, but also to open this conference for the importance of the topic. I would not pretend to be an expert on issues that you would discuss much more in detail and with more competence than I might have on this, because I know you've been studying and focusing a lot of attention to the different elements that will be at the center of the panels today, from the climate diplomacy to the connections to other strands of policies in the European Union, and especially in its external action. I can only congratulate you on the quality of the topics and the speakers, and I'm really impressed by the way in which you have articulated the program of the conference. I think it is indeed, even before starting, an excellent start. What I would like to share with you is only a couple of reflections on how important this issue is and why it is so in my experience, in my perspective. First of all, I believe that it is extremely important that the European Union has a focus not only on the Green Deal and connected elements of policy, but also on making it global. Because we know very well that no matter what the European Union will do inside its own borders, the impact worldwide would not be enough if it doesn't involve also the rest of the world. So it is somehow out of even self-interest to try to expand as much as possible and support as much as possible this work in the world with all the instruments that the European Union has, and it has many, in order to achieve the goals that the European Union has set for itself, but also together with other partners globally. The second reason why I believe this is important is also because it sets, I think, it can set an example on how to work in a multilateral manner, in a cooperative manner in the world of today. We come from years, and we live still in times when in the global scene there are not many fields of multilateral international cooperation. This can be, by definition, one of them. And I think the European Union has a responsibility to lead and also to set somehow some patterns that can govern the cooperation among other players. So it is in itself, I believe, an exercise of multilateralism and cooperation at global level that is precious, also for international politics and policies worldwide. And then there is a third element why I believe it is important, what we are discussing today, and that is that the European Union has a variety of tools and policies, and sometimes, hopefully less and less so, but sometimes the European Union, we have the tendency of separating the boxes of the policies and taking them one by one. While this is an agenda that can actually be successful only if you connect the dots of different policies of the European Union, as you are doing today. The climate diplomacy together with the trade policies, the energy ones, somehow working in practice on the coherence of the policies that you put in place, which is a long-standing issue in the European Union, very much discussed in the past decades, but only now I see that this is really starting to happen. It started already, I saw it very clearly when we were still with the Juncker Commission, especially on the connection, energy, climate, trade, but also on other issues, peace and security. I think that this is really the next step for making the European Union having an impact and a real one in the world. And last word is a word of encouragement. Like Eva said, like Madam Vice-Rector said, I would encourage you to participate in today's work, to keep participating in the future. These are the last days for you as students, but it is so important that the younger generations, in particular, take responsibility and play an active role in discussing the European Union agenda and policies. Not only because what you already always hear, that you are the future, for sure, you're also the present. And I believe it is extremely important that in the moment when the European Union focuses so much on its own future and perspectives and the future of its policies and the present steps to prepare this agenda, I believe it is extremely important that especially College of Europe students that have the competence, the knowledge, the skills, put this at the service of the institutions and also of society as a whole, and contribute actively. Because sometimes we make the mistake of thinking that the policies are set and the experts know everything, but there might be, especially in this field, I think, new ideas that you can bring. And this is the moment to bring them to the table. So I think this conference can really help, not only strengthening but also developing further the global Green Deal agenda of the European Union, and I count very much on the participation of all of you to make this day a success. So thank you very much for organizing this, and I wish you all a very fruitful and successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Rector. Joanna RYŁKO, who represents students of the Natolin campus of the College of Europe. The floor is yours now, Joanna.
Thank you very much, Madam Rector, Madam Vice-Rector, and Ambassador Lurkowski. Let me warmly thank everyone present here today and take this opportunity to thank the team of the Energy and Climate Governance Nest to thank for the organizing this conference, and all of the participants for their hard work throughout this year. It is thanks to their commitment that this event could be a success. The idea behind the conference was to bring together experts and academics from various disciplines and create field for a constructive debate on the role of the EU in addressing climate energy issues. With today's conference, I believe, we will provide a positive contribution towards the implementation of the European Green Deal, both internally and externally. Now, I would like to introduce another keynote speaker, young Zambian climate activist Getrude BOMA, founder of the NGO EcoHeroes. EcoHeroes focuses on environmental and climate change issues, empowering the community, particularly women and youth, and improving people's livelihood using tree planting as an entry point. Gertrude, I hope that you're with us, and the floor is yours.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
My name is Getrude BOMA. I'm a climate and environmental activist from Zambia. I am the founder and the executive director of the NGO Eco-Heroes of Environmental and Climate Change Actions. Zambia has been experiencing devastating impacts of climate change, including frequency and severity of floods, droughts, changes in growing seasons. During the rainy season, heavy rains often leave our household property destroyed, with surrounding houses flooded with stormy water. Worse off, fecal matter from some nearby pit latrines mixes with the stormy water. We don't sleep during the rainy season because our house is usually flooded with stormy water. It breaks my heart to see how many houses are affected and how many properties are usually damaged due to the floods. We mostly experience floods during the rainy seasons, which is from November to April. The frequency and severity of the floods led me to have a strong desire to protect nature in order to avoid such climate change impacts. It is for this reason that our organization focuses on addressing environmental and climate change issues using tree planting as an entry point. Our organization goes to various schools to give environmental talks to learners and plants various fruit trees. When these trees grow, they will not only boost the country's forest cover, they will also add nutritional value to the diets of the learners and other people. For all these reasons, I believe that the EU should help Zambia to invest in nature regeneration, since it is affected by climate change harder than Western countries, despite Zambia contributing less to the global emissions. Furthermore, the idea of the EU putting barriers on trade with Zambia in the name of climate protection is something we would consider unfair, since we are a country that depends a lot on foreign trade and cannot do without trading with Europe and having its businesses affected by it. This may seem to some of you as a necessary initiative so as to avoid carbon leakage and ensure the uphold of the EU standards and norms. EU standards and norms around the world that are pledged to contribute to a global green transition. However, one must not forget historical responsibilities, and in particular, how in the past, this same uphold of EU rules contributed to climate change, and how in the present it is argued that it perpetuates the differences between the global north and global south. The just transition should also help countries like Zambia, and not just Europe, its member states and its neighbors. I hope this conference will bring good hope and spirits following all the interests, panels, and speakers we have. It is crucial for Zambia and other sub-Saharan countries not to be left behind, and we believe in the power and the role of the EU in championing decarbonization and sharing its model with the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gertrude, for your inspirational words and showing us how just transition is important for the fighting against climate change and how it is important for energy transition. I would like to now say that we will resume at 9:45 our conference.
You will.
Good morning once again. That's my great pleasure to welcome you to the first panel of the conference organized today at the Natolin campus of the College of Europe, a Green Deal for the Globe, European Union External Action and the International Just Transition. Sorry for the delay due to the technical problems we had. Professor Dirk BUSCHLE was unable to join us. That's why me is trying to replace Professor Dirk BUSCHLE in introducing the first panel, Trade for Climate. This is the subject for the discussion today would be to analyze the nexus between the trade and the climate and the importance of seeing both of these elements together when debating the future impact of climate for trade and, in contrary, trade for the climate. It is my great pleasure to welcome three panelists to be with us today to present the papers they provided to the conference. First, I would like to ask Paolo Mazzotti from the University of Trento in Italy to present the first paper on your. Oh, I see Professor BUSCHLE is with us. Hi, Dirk. Sorry, I tried to replace you in a very unprofessional way. I'm so happy you managed to join us and that you can do your job on yourself. Please, I will give you the floor, and the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Ambassador, and good morning, everybody. And I apologize, I had technical issues, and Ambassador Lorkowski was saving me here and also saving the panel. Now I see myself even twice. I hope that doesn't bother you too much. I'm not going to fiddle with the computer anymore after having spent the entire morning with it. I was just about to say, and evidently following up on what Ambassador Lorkowski said, that this is an important debate this morning in the first panel, because we all know that we are about to get out of a world built on carbon, that we built on carbon ever since the Industrial Revolution, but that fighting climate change is not the only motivation for this new adventure that we call the Green Deal in Europe. It is also as important for Europe to be among the early adopters in a world that is drastically changing, in an economy that is drastically changing. And in other words, what we're talking here this morning is about Europe's relevance, and evidently as a consequence, it's also about our personal lifestyle and well-being. When we talk about the aspects of trade and climate change, and there are three really very interesting topics and set of speakers that we will be listening to. There's different components to that. We have the classic geopolitical component. We made ourselves dependent on carbon resources, natural resources called fossil fuels. Now we will make ourselves dependent on another set of resources, including raw material for batteries and solar PVs. That is, of course, going to change the geopolitics of energy once again. We also have an industrial policy in Europe that is about to react, or rather to be proactive, in terms of fixing a problem that we have been seen coming, that Europe is lagging behind in many essential industrial processes and appliances for the Green Deal, such as batteries or solar PVs again, and we need to catch up there fast. And finally, we get to trade, where there have been many challenges even before the Green Deal. The global trade order has come under attack and been threatened by unilateralism. We have what is being called a systemic rival, and we will be talking about China in the course of this panel a lot as well. There is a wealth of free trade agreements that the European Union, the European Commission is negotiating, such as the by now infamous EU-China Comprehensive Agreement on Investment. That's also on the agenda of today's panels. And finally, I think it has become clear, again, already before the Green Deal, that trade is not possible, is not thinkable without already thinking environment and climate. That's possible within the existing WTO order. And the question for the future will be, is it thinkable without general notions of justice, such as the Paris Agreement, which makes reference to common but differentiated responsibilities? And very last word before handing over the floor to our panelists is that Europe has become, in terms of trade and the Green Deal, quite assertive recently. We have been seeing a so-called CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, that has leaked, and that is going to give us something to talk and to think about for the next 70 minutes, but also for the next years to come. And without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker. That is, if he is with us, Mr. Paolo Mazzotti from the Faculty of Law of the University of Trento. He will be talking about the EU-China Comprehensive Agreement on Investment and its sustainability commitments. That refers to the external dimension of the European Green Deal, and he aptly entitled his paper Comfortably Numb. Mr. Mazzotti, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. Can you hear me? Because I've never used this microphone and I'm not sure whether it's working, but okay, thank you very much. And so thank you very much to Professor BUSCHLE for introducing the panel and to the organizers for providing us with this very interesting session. And yes, as Professor BUSCHLE, let me just share my screen maybe. Okay, can you hear the slides? Can you see the slides? Sorry, I have been preparing.
Looks good.
Okay. So as Professor BUSCHLE was saying, I have prepared a paper concerning the EU-China Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, which actually, as of now, is facing some distress, I would say, but which to me seems a very interesting occasion to reflect on the external dimension of the European Green Deal. As Professor BUSCHLE was stating, this is the very first agreement which has been negotiated by the European Commission after the publication of the European Green Deal. And this is the reason why I approached it, because I thought it was an interesting litmus test to inquire into whether the European Green Deal is actually determining a policy shift in the negotiation of trade, or in this case, investment agreements on the part of the European Union. And as also Professor BUSCHLE was saying, I think from the title it is quite evident what my opinion on this question is, but I will go through this throughout the presentation. And okay, so I will just very shortly introduce what the legal and policy framework for introducing sustainability commitments into the European Union's common commercial policy is as of now. Then I will compare basically the investment and sustainable development section, which can be found in the agreement in principle, which was reached between the European Commission and China in December 2020, with the model of trade and sustainable development chapters as it was practiced in the free trade agreements reached by the European Union in turn in the last decade. And then reflect on a particular aspect of this, that is the mechanisms for the implementation and enforcement of those sustainability commitments. And next, basically my paper focuses on two possible proposals which were put forward in the past few months as to how those mechanisms for implementation and enforcement can be stepped up, which are the notion of state implementation and the policy commitment which was made by the European Commission itself in the European Green Deal of qualifying into its free trade agreements respect for the Paris Agreement as an essential element of those agreements. So very shortly, as many of you may know, ever since the communication by the European Commission called Trade for All, there has been a commitment which has actually been practiced in a number of agreements, starting from the EU-South Korea one, and then going through the CETA and the FTA with Vietnam, the FTA with Singapore, the Economic Partnership Agreement with Japan, of pursuing a so-called trade and investment policy based on values. So basically using the trade leverage as a leverage to forward labor and environmental protection agenda worldwide on the part of the European Union, which has actually been upheld by the European Court of Justice in the famous Opinion 215, because I will not delve into this because it is very complex, but there were some concerns that this was not legitimate under the apportionment of competence between the European Union and its member state. The ECJ has actually clarified that it is. And so basically, as of now, the common commercial policy is, in the words of Opinion 215, encompasses as an integral part the objective of sustainable development. And the European Green Deal, which was actually published after Opinion 215, basically reiterates this commitment. And basically, we can see in the FTAs, as I was saying, which were struck by the European Union in the last decade, this commitment being struck at a threefold level, which is what you can see in this slide. And I will go quick into this because, as we say in Italian, time is a tyrant, but I can touch upon this in the Q&A section if need be. Basically, FTAs of the European Union include around 4 models of substantive provisions meant to uphold and reinforce labor and environmental protection standards. One is the so-called minimum level clause, which basically obliges the parties to the FTA to effectively implement the labor and environmental protection treaties to which the parties are already party. So-called non-regression clauses, which proscribe those parties from failing to enforce environmental and labor protection domestic laws as an encouragement to trade, basically. So-called high levels clauses, which are aspirational commitments that the parties shall strive and make their best efforts to provide for high levels of protection of labor and environmental standards, and commitments on ratification of ILO conventions, so conventions, the International Labour Organization, in those cases where the parties are not already party to those conventions. And this is complemented on the institutional side by another threefold structure. So basically so-called TSD committees, so Trade and Sustainable Development Committees, which are intergovernmental fora by which the parties to the FTA agree to cooperate on trade and sustainable development issues, so-called domestic advisory groups, so DAGs, which are basically fora for civil society to have a say on the implementation of sustainable development commitments, and civil society forums, so CSFs, which are the transnational counterparts to domestic advisory groups, basically enabling for domestic advisory groups from both parties to meet at a transnational level. And the part which I will actually be focusing upon in my presentation and in my paper is the dispute settlement system, which is envisaged in the European Union's free trade agreements for sustainable development commitments, which is basically different from the dispute settlement system, which is available for settling disputes concerning other provisions of the FTAs. So like the general mechanism is modeled after the WTO's dispute settlement understanding. So basically the parties can convene a panel which can rule upon the issue. And then if the defeated party does not comply with the award, the complaining party can be authorized to adopt retaliatory measures to push for compliance with the award on the part of the counterpart. And when it comes to sustainable development commitments, this latter component is not available. So basically after the panel rules in favor of, say, the European Union, let's say, if the counterpart does not comply with the award, there is no further possibility to adopt to be authorized actually to adopt trade sanctions to push for compliance with that award. And my research question has been basically that of looking through the comprehensive agreement on investment as it has been agreed in principle this far, in order to inquire into whether this model is replicated or whether the Green Deal has determined a shift to a more assertive system for enforcement of sustainable development commitments. And in short, the answer is that there has been no change, and I will not analyze in depth all the clauses because it would take too long. But basically, we have a minimum level clauses. So the EU and China commits to implementing the conventions to which they are parties. We have non-regression clauses. So again, the regression in the enforcement of domestic laws is prescribed when this is made as an encouragement to trade. We have a high levels clause, so basically both parties commit aspirationally to continuously raise standards of protection. And we have also a commitment on ratification of ILO conventions, which in particular when it comes to China is a problematic issue because China has a rather poor record when it comes to ratification of ILO law. So substantively, we are fully in line with the practice of TSD chapters. On the institutional side, actually, we have also one step back, basically, because we have a working group on sustainable development, which corresponds with the TSD committees. So it is an intergovernmental forum, but we have no domestic advisory groups and nor civil society forums. And it is hard, I guess, not to see into this some resistance on the part of China in agreeing actually to attaching such an important role on the international scene to civil society actors. But the fact remains that we have an institutional settlement which is actually even less advanced than the practice of FTAs as practiced this far. And the dispute settlement system in turn is fully in line with the practice of FTAs. So basically sanctions are available to enforce awards rendered in the context of provisions of the CAI, I call it with the acronym because it is shorter, other than those contained in the investment and sustainable development section. But when it comes to the latter section, no sanctions are available in order to enforce the award. And I think, and not only I guess, this is problematic because there has been quite a harsh debate in the last few years, basically on whether the model without sanctions to enforce sustainable development commitments, which has been described as a promotional model because actually there is no hard enforcement tool, is actually fit for the purpose of enforcing those commitments. And basically, like taking note of the unsatisfactory state of the status quo, on which we can also focus upon in the next few minutes. I have inquired into whether there were alternatives available for stepping up the enforcement of the section, taking into account that the Commission in the European Green Deal, but in a number of other communications, as well as lots of scholars, have been arguing for a system capable of ensuring a smoother enforcement of sustainable development commitments. And I have been focusing upon two alternatives in particular, as I was mentioning in the introduction. And the first is the idea of staged implementation, which was a policy proposal put forward by the Netherlands and France in a non-paper published last year in the FTA context, actually. And this is somehow problematic, as I will be shortly touching upon in the following. So basically, the Netherlands and France were proposing to link, as you can see in the slide, the effective implementation of the commercial parts of FTAs with the effective implementation of sustainable development commitments on the part of the counterpart. So basically, typically, FTAs envisage reduction in tariffs. The proposal would be that of making this reduction in tariffs conditional upon effective compliance on the part of the counterpart with the commitments concerning environmental and labor standards. And I have made my efforts to figure out how this could be worked out in the context of the comprehensive agreement on investment, because if actually, like, without resorting to sanctions, that which the Commission has repeatedly stated that it is not ready to do, this could be actually an effective incentive for implementation of sustainable development commitments on the part of China in this case. And basically, I think that the idea could be made to work in respect of two kinds of the substantive provisions, which I have briefly touched upon before. So so-called minimum level clauses. Again, the clauses under which the parties commit to effectively implementing the conventions to which they are already parties could be made to work in my proposal, resorting to a system similar to that which is currently practiced under the GSP+. So another very important tool in the in the common commercial policy. Basically, the idea could be that of making the implementation of the economic components of the CAI conditional upon a satisfactory record of implementation of ILO conventions and environmental treaties to be ascertained by the means which are practiced in the GSP+. So basically reports coming from the monitoring bodies established under those conventions, if need be civil society submissions, and also through intergovernmental dialogue with China in this case. And as when it comes to high levels clauses, so aspirational commitments to continuously raise standards of protection and commitments on ratification of ILO conventions, I think resort could be made to the model which emerges from the EU-South Korea litigation, which was an arbitral award rendered last January, and the very first case where an EU FTA was litigated in its TSD prong, where the arbitral panel basically stated that when it comes to, in that case, commitments on ratification of ILO conventions, but I think that the same could go for high levels clauses. Compliance with the obligation is to be ascertained by looking at domestic political processes and requiring the affected party to show that those domestic political processes show that serious efforts have been made to ratify ILO conventions, or, as I submit, to raise domestic standards of protection. And this is not without its problems in the CAI context, and I will not go deep into this because I see time is running short, but we can discuss it later. First of all, because in the investment case, there is a problematic distribution of competence between the EU and the member states, which is not replicated when it comes to tariffs, as in the original proposal, which may make it problematic to proceed with state implementation. And there is a further problem, which is in the original proposal, the Netherlands and France also envisage a stick to complement the carrot. So basically, if after the economic commitments have been implemented, the counterpart falls short of implementation of the sustainability commitments, which were undertaken in the first place. Okay, sorry, there was a problem with the audio.
That brand typically was always included, and the same thing with far-fetching the reason.
Okay. Basically, the proposal envisages to basically withdraw the concessions which were made, that which might be problematic in the CAI context, as I will briefly touch upon in the last section of my presentation. Looking at another proposal which was put forward in the European Green Deal, actually. So the Commission undertook to qualify in the free trade agreements it would reach thereafter a clause qualifying respect for the Paris Agreement, as I was stating, an essential element of the economic bargain struck. And this draws quite explicitly upon the model provided by human rights clauses in FTAs reached basically in the 90s and in the early 2000s. And albeit that this was not uncontroversial in those years, it is quite, basically the main effect of such a clause would be that of enabling resort to Article 60 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of the Treaties. So basically, if the essential element clause is breached, the party other than the breaching one could suspend or terminate the treaty unilaterally. So in this case, if from the European Union's perspective, China fell short of its compliance with the Paris Agreement, the European Union would be entitled to suspend or terminate the CAI. And again, as I was stating, basically suspending the CAI would be very much akin to adopting negative conditionality, because basically without terminating it perpetually, so to say, the obligation to grant the economic concessions made in the CAI could be temporarily suspended, save for being resumed in later stages, that which is problematic because the economic concessions to be found throughout the CAI mainly aim at stabilizing the regulatory environment in the long term. So an emblematic case in my submission is that of the national treatment obligation. So basically the European Union commits to granting a non-discriminatory treatment to Chinese investors when compared with European investors. And it is hard to see how this could be suspended and then reinstated, because basically this would mean passing discriminatory bills for the time of suspension of the CAI, save for resuming non-discriminatory treatment once suspension is over. And this is, in my submission, not practical, also in the light of the problematic apportionment of competence between the European Union and the member states, which I was briefly referring to above. And this might paradoxically make it more viable to resort to termination, because in this case, once the treaty is terminated, there is an obligation to resume treatment in compliance with the CAI in a later stage. And even though this is more radical, it is more practical, actually. And this has also been labeled in the literature as a nuclear option, which was actually never practiced by the EU this far, at least in connection with this kind of problems. But in my submission, this might be fit for purpose when it comes to the Paris Agreement, chiefly because the core obligation of the Paris Agreement is that concerning nationally determined contributions. So basically, in the case of China, China committed by 2030 to reach a number of objectives concerning the peaking of carbon emissions when compared to current levels, or like a transition to renewable energy resources. And the fact that a deadline is set in 2030 makes it more practical, paradoxically, to resort to termination, because we have a decade, basically, of time to monitor compliance by China with those initially determined contributions. And if by 2030 the obligation is not fulfilled, setting for one moment aside the controversial legal status of the Paris Agreement itself when it comes to nationally determined contributions. But assuming that in the context of the CAI, this might be legally binding, it would be relatively unproblematic to terminate the CAI if by 2030 that obligation had not been complied with. Because in 2030, then it may be another agreement more ambitious and more harder, I would say, on the environmental side could be struck. So basically, okay, I think time is over, so I will not make some further remarks on both points. This is just to give a general sense of what the working in practice of the two proposals could be, and the fact that they were advanced at the highest policy level, because in the first case, so that of stage implementation, it was put forward by two leading member states, so the Netherlands and France. And in the case of the Paris Agreement as an essential element by the Commission itself, is what prompted me to provocatively title the paper Comfortably Numb, so named after the masterpiece by Pink Floyd. And yes, it is provocative, but I think it might grasp a grain of truth, because actually we have an agreement which is completely in line with pre-Green Deal practice. And this is the numbness side, and the comfortableness side is the fact that it seems to me that the Commission didn't want to experiment, and the two proposals I have examined are just two amongst many proposals which have been submitted also in the literature, like proposals to enable the private enforcement of sustainability commitments, or enabling smart sanctions against corporations and individuals involved in egregious violations of sustainable development commitments. But I think that something more could have been done on this. Paradoxically, the geopolitical tension which is surrounding the CAI might enable for these efforts to be made in turn, because as of now, we don't know whether and when the CAI will be actually ratified, and this gives us time to actually try to develop creative solutions such as this, or even others, which I think every stakeholder should be eager to put forward. And yeah, basically that's it. And I thank you very much, and I remain fully available for questions.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mazzotti, for a really interesting topic and really well elaboration on that topic. We have another topic which is somehow related on free trade agreements, and maybe the more fundamental discussion we can have at the end. I would have just an immediate and maybe a very short question as well to you, as I see there is no immediate reactions in the chat. We have been surprised recently by what is called climate justice or private enforcement, turning a lot of documents that we were not entirely sure whether they would actually qualify for hardcore enforcement into precisely that. I'm referring to cases against Germany, against the Netherlands. There's climate justice in the United States. Recently we saw a judgment against Shell. Do you think that the FDA, or in this case the CAI, could also in some constellation lend itself as a basis for private enforcement and climate justice? Do you see any dimension that we do not see yet in the traditional realm of public international law?
Yes. Actually, when it comes to the environmental side, I tend to be rather skeptical, chiefly because these are very complex issues, those which are dealt with when it comes to the environmental side of sustainable development sections. And basically the idea of adjudicating the Paris Agreement, for instance, which is actually enabled by Article 24 of the Paris Agreement itself, is to me rather impractical when it comes to a matter of practice. I tend to be more optimistic when it comes to the labor side in sustainable development chapters and the sustainable development section in the CAI, because it sounds actually natural to me to enable trade unions basically to bring private claims against a breaching state when it comes to violations of ILO law, for instance, because it is actually rights which are vested not as a matter of international law, but when it comes to their implementation in the domestic legal order, it is rights which are vested upon trade unions themselves. And I think that a system could benefit from a decentralized mode of enforcement. I am more skeptical, yes, when it comes to the environmental side. It could be worked out, maybe, but I think that this might draw attention away from the fact that engagement at the governmental level is actually what we need when it comes to bringing ourselves in line with the Paris Agreement, the 2030 Agenda, and the plethora of treaties in the environmental domain, which we now find ourselves into. So it should be thought upon. It might contribute, but it should not be the primary remedy, in my opinion. Very shortly, this would be my first thought.
Thanks a lot, and maybe we can come back to that and also other aspects of your topic at the end of this panel. Now I would like to welcome two colleagues joining us. Well, one is Mr. Dr. Jinjushu Gao, who's a visiting fellow at King's College in London. And then we have Dr. Kao Yu, who's a principal energy analyst at Verisk Maplecroft. Gentlemen, you have picked and worked on a topic which is indeed very high on the political agenda as well, very high on the agenda when it comes to thinking through the consequences of the Green Deal. More renewables would intuitively mean that we reduce our dependence on fossil fuels for sure, on natural resources in Europe as well. We are in a continent which traditionally had an issue with its dependence, and from that perspective, the Green Deal looks very much paradisical. However, we all get more and more aware, and I think the economy is getting aware as well, in really practical terms, that with new technologies, the technologies required to harvest renewables, we create another dependence, and that is on rare earths and metals. And here you are proposing a topic entitled EU's Critical Raw Material Security, reducing reliance on China's supply. Gentlemen, very much looking forward to your presentations.
Thank you, Professor. It's a pleasure to join the event, and I will start my presentation and sharing my screen. Yes. Can you see it? Cool. Yep. Yeah. So the urgency of the decarbonization of the EU, or more broadly, this world, has made guarantee a stable supply of critical raw materials a strategic agenda for a lot of countries, and also the EU. On one hand, a lot of these raw materials are crucial to the EU's transition to a low-carbon economy because they are closely linked to a lot of clean technology. And at the same time, the EU, as Professor Yuan also mentioned, it is highly dependent on a lot of natural resources imported from everywhere from the world, including from China or other African countries. So there is kind of a dilemma or a struggle point here between how to push forward its green goal and at the same time to kind of enhance the energy resource security. And this is kind of something that I would like to look at today. So the role, we try to break it down into a few key points. The role of critical raw materials in the process of decarbonizing the EU economy, how the EU is kind of relying on China's supply and how it's trying to diversify its supplies to reduce its dependency on the China for all these materials. And we know all these are kind of a rational strategy. But the key point is here, what are the challenges ahead of all this? Even if the EU want to diversify, there might be some obstacle ahead. And this is something that we want to point out. And here, first of all, we would like to look at or try to explain the importance of all these materials to its a green economy. The transition to the clean energy has far-reaching consequences for a lot of mineral requirements because they play a central role in deploying a lot of those clean technology, from wind turbines to EVs, to solar, and more importantly, it is more about battery. Because I know in a lot of the developed countries, they are talking about moving to EV, and this will be a very effective way to reduce the consumption of fossil fuels, especially oil. However, if you want a better battery, then you need a lot of these critical minerals, for example, lithium, for some cobalt, or even rare earth minerals, to enhance the efficiency of the battery. So, according to some analysis, by 2050, the EU will need almost 60 times more lithium and 15 times more cobalt to cover the need for all these batteries and energy storage setup. And this means that the demand of all these critical minerals will just increase in the near future. And the problem here is that what is the outlook or what is the actual structure of EU's supply chain of all these materials? And we know that actually they import a lot of them outside from EU. And if you look at the documents from the EU, actually they try to break it down into dozens of minerals and they try to analyze it. And most of them are imported. And we just try to highlight a few most important ones. For example, if we look at lithium and cobalt, a lot of them are imported from Africa. And if it comes to rare earth minerals, and a lot of them are actually coming from China. So this is talking about over 60% or 70% or something like that. And even if we are talking about the refining operations or the refined products, China actually is kind of occupy 35% of the nickels or even up to 70% of the lithium and cobalt and 90% of the rare earth minerals. So this means that if the EU are keen to promote its green development, then all the relevant technologies will have to rely on a supply chain that is closely attached to a lot of these developing countries from China to Africa. And over the last few decades, I mean, this is not something new to the government. They know this, and in a normal trade situation, this is okay because the supply chain is stable. The whole cycle is feasible. However, in recent years, the EU spot that, oh, there might be some obstacle here, or maybe there must be some distraction in the supply chain. And that's why they have to react to it. So early back in, let's say, over a decade ago, the EU have a raw materials initiative in 2008. It is kind of a time when they feel that, oh no, we may have to relook into our supply chain to enhance the stability and things like that. But it really comes to an issue in last year. And what happened at that time? We have the COVID, and we also have the trade war. And both elements are creating a lot of disruption to the global trade. The COVID is just blocking a lot of logistics. It delays the supply chain. And the trade war is also has created a lot of geopolitical uncertainty for supplier and buyer for a lot of commodities. And that's why we do see that the EU and a lot of others, Western countries, they start to speed up their own critical raw materials policy. And most of them are actually talking about how to strengthen their own supply, how to secure the supply. So for the EU, what they are trying to do, first of all, is to increase domestic production. And secondly, is to ensure source from a wider range of countries, because currently they are focusing really on the China supply. So if you are heavily relying on someone, no matter if it is a friend or not, the first thing you will want to do is to not to put all your eggs in the same basket, and that's why you want to diversify the supply. And here it comes some problem here. So according to a lot of these documents, what the EU wants to do is to diversify its supply away from China to Africa. So it makes sense from a supply and demand perspective, because it is just a mathematic approach. Here is too much, I reduce it. Or there's a lot of minerals from Africa, then maybe we can increase it. However, I think the government is on the right path to do this. They are taking the lead, and this is a positive act for the green development. However, when it comes to the implementation, it is no longer what the government has to do. It is more about what the companies have to do, because they are the one who are going to source the materials or to sign the trade deal and things like that. And this will create a lot of burden for them if they are trying to move away from China. First, if they have to increase the domestic production, it is very difficult because of the very high environmental standard in the EU. And this makes a lot of this heavy industry very tricky for them to operate with a cost that can meet the environmental standard. So either they produce it in a very expensive way, otherwise they can't just make the money if they have to comply to the environmental requirements. And then if they move to Africa, it does not mean that they no longer have to compete with China. It is mainly because China is not just producing the rare earth minerals or all this kind of minerals from China. They are also stepping up the control over the global value chain, which means that they are moving outside China. They go to Africa, they invest in the minefield, they try to invest in the operation, invest in the refinery. So they are trying to kind of step up the control over the whole industrial chain, from production to refinery to logistics and things like that. So if the EU companies, they go to Africa now, they will just encounter a lot of competition, rigorous competition, aggressive competition with the Chinese counterparts. So sometimes it could be very difficult for them to compete in Africa because, again, because of those no matter if it is environmental or social or governance requirements from the own government. And a second point here is that for a lot of European companies, actually they are exposed to higher what we call it is the ESG risk, environmental, social, and government risk here in Africa. Because we know that in Africa, a lot of the investment environment is not that ideal. There are a lot of environmental and especially labor issues over there. So for a lot of European companies, they would have a lot of obstacle or boundaries of how far they can go at what cost? Comparatively, the Chinese company are more flexible with all this requirement, and that's why they can always have a lower kind of investment cost or even interest rate for all this. And because of this difference, it is a little bit difficult for European companies to compete in Africa. So that's why, although the EU has outlined a very clear roadmap or what to do or strategy that they want to reduce the reliance on the Chinese metals, it does not mean that they can really bypass the China factor. They will find the China factor also in other supply sources of rare earth minerals. And as a result, the EU's effort to safeguard its access to all these critical minerals will kind of open the opportunity for a lot of non-Chinese mineral producers, especially in Africa. But at the same time, for the EU, it won't be a very smooth path. And this also means that they have to try to balance a lot of risk, including the competition with Chinese company, and also the European companies, their exposure to the environmental, social, and government risk in those regions. And this is something that we foresee to be happening over the next few, maybe 1 or 2 decades or even longer. And that's all for my presentation. I know there is kind of a limited time, and we would welcome any questions, and thank you for your attention again.
Thanks a lot to you, Dr. Gao. Indeed, a very interesting topic. Interesting because it seems to show effects already, the reliance of EU companies on metals and rare earths. Seems to be one of the potential factors that may slow down also the recovery, the post-COVID recovery in Europe. So it's a not only academic, but really a serious practical issue as well. Before we then open later the floor for a broader discussion on this very fascinating topic, I'd have one question, and that relates to how much the situation that you've been just describing, so the EU's dependence on markets for rare earths and metals or ingredients in general, dominated by China, how much is that just reflecting the current situation, or how much will that also determine the future in your view? I'm thinking of, we are now looking, of course, at very specific technologies, such as the lithium-ion battery, which have specific requirements when it comes to the raw materials. Do you think that disruptive innovation, new innovation about batteries, solar panels, etc., may change also the supply chain and thus dependency, or maybe elements and contributions such as more recycling in EU? To what extent do you think the EU, beyond just trying to face and fight the dominance of China, has means to change the situation more systemically, I'd say?
Thank you for the question. This is a very important one and very insightful one. I would say the rare earth issue is a structural one. So for the EU, it is not something that they want to diversify, then they can diversify. It is mainly because they, for the EU, they don't really have a lot of these rare earth minerals, and this is the reason why they have to rely on China. And secondly, the environmental standard requirements for the companies are a lot higher in the EU. So it is a lot more difficult for the EU to boost the domestic production. So there's a lot of this kind of structural and regulatory obstacle in the EU. So, but at the same time, it is still, I mean, I won't say this is a disaster moment for the EU, because it is still in a very early time. Why I'm saying that? Because it is only the developed countries, the EU or maybe the US, they are really driving the EV, the application of electrical vehicles. And comparatively in Asia, I mean, they are still relying on fossil fuels. So this gap means that they are not really competing with the EU on all these EV applications. And this also means that China will feel comfortable to continue to export a lot of these minerals. First, to make the money. And secondly, it is not yet something critical for them to, I have to safeguard all of them. But it will always friction points whenever there are a broader conflict between the two sides. I mean, we don't see a clear policy from China saying that we are going to block this and block that. But whenever there is a trade dispute between, let's say, the US and China, or even with Japan, then we always see there will be some disruption on this commodity. So in day, which is a disruption on the Australian coal, we all know that what is happening now. And in day 2, it may be another commodity. And day 3, it may be rare earth. Day 4, it may be all other lithium and things like that. So it is kind of a stage. In stage 1, I would say it's better for the EU to early start prepare before, better than when it comes to a later stage. Because this is something really structural. It is not something that they can just instruct the company to move to another place. It will take a very long time and a lot of investment for them to really plan it. Yeah, I hope I answer your question here. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thanks a lot. Let's turn to the third of our panelists here, Mr. Paulien van der Velde van Romst. He's a PhD researcher at the European University Institute and a fellow of the Research Foundation Flanders. You are focusing on the European Parliament's role in driving just transition in the context of free trade agreements. So we're coming back to international agreements negotiated under the impression of the Green Deal and the European Parliament's role in that. Evidently, the European Parliament has been making itself a name and definitely strengthening its negotiation position also in the context of the Green Deal. Already before that, the clean energy package were probably really important moments of the European Parliament's role, position and strength. And now we are wondering together with you how that more assertive role in shaping Europe's green future by the European Parliament can be and is already being extended to the international stage, a stage where parliaments naturally take a second seat, but maybe this is different with respect to European Parliament. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will also share my slides. Just a minute. Are they visible now? I'll just...
Yes, if you go in presenting mode, then they're even better visible.
Oh.
Perfect.
Yeah, this should work. Yeah, so thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm also very glad that you're willing to have me. My presentation indeed aligns a bit with the two previous ones, but I think the main difference is indeed that I'm looking at the more internal EU constellation when it comes to trade policy making, and then its link, of course, with the international just transition. My thesis is actually that European parliaments, because I kind of look into both the European Parliament itself, but also into domestic member states parliaments, have been acting already, as you mentioned, but are also still capable of continuing to play this role in the international just transition, and then more specifically in the context of the EU's most recent free trade agreements. These free trade agreements are, of course, part of the EU's trade policy more generally, and in any case, the Commission would say that this this trade policy platform is very important for Green Deal diplomacy, as it's discussed in the Green Deal's text. But if we look at the most recent trade policy review of the Commission itself, so from the beginning of the year, the Commission actually puts the direct link between the Green Deal and the objectives it puts forward both internally and externally, and actually reformulates the need for a new trade policy strategy. And I argue actually that European parliaments can play an important role in this and can continue to play, because they have already. Before I continue and look concretely in how European parliaments have been furthering global sustainable development, I'm going to say a couple of words about how free trade agreements are negotiated but also implemented, because I argue that they also play an important role in implementation of these agreements. Part of it will overlap maybe a bit with the first presentation, so I can quickly go over it. But it's important to at least have some view of where parliaments come in. So if we look at the agreements with Canada, so CETA, EU-Vietnam, and the agreement with the Mercosur countries, which are my main examples or the examples I'm working on, we can see that some of them are mixed or EU only. This is of course an important issue, but the main idea is that free trade agreements are negotiated by the Commission, but it will be the Council that is decisive on or that will be deciding on which role parliaments can play. Because if we have a mixed agreement, we need approval of the European Parliament, of course, but also of domestic parliaments. This is the case for CETA. At the moment, CETA is in the ratification phase, so it is in front of the member states' parliaments. But the trade part is already provisionally applied. This is also the case for Mercosur. Mercosur at the moment is still in legal review, but it is proposed as a mixed agreement, while my third example, so the EU-Vietnam agreement, has been split into an EU-only free trade agreement that already entered into force because it has been approved by the European Parliament last year. And then a separate mixed investment protection agreement that is also, just like CETA, at the moment being ratified by member state parliaments. If we then look at implementation, which has also been explained a bit already, trade agreements are implemented typically by technocratic bodies where officials of the Commission and the partner country come together. Usually we would have a joint or a trade committee that is then supported by more specialized committees. In this context, the Trade and Sustainable Development Committee, and then also for CETA, the Regulatory Cooperation Forum that can also look into regulatory initiatives when it comes to labor and or social and environmental standards are relevant. But there's no formal parliamentary involvement foreseen in this context. So EU positions will be adopted by the Council, and there is some civil society involvement because civil society actors, as we've also heard before, can advise the Trade and Sustainable Development Committees. So all this to give a bit of the context of how I make the argument that European parliaments have been furthering and can further global sustainable development in both negotiation and implementation of free trade agreements, and then also in the end why I consider this to be of crucial importance. When we look at the negotiation and conclusion of free trade agreements, the European Parliament has made very concrete use of its consent authority. It has adopted resolutions on all three of my examples, but also on other trade agreements, calling for the inclusion of an enforceable sustainability chapter into these agreements. It has been asking parliamentary questions. For instance, Cecilia Malmström, the former Commissioner for Trade, has been questioned by the Parliament about Vietnam's debatable human rights and labor rights record. There's also lots of attention for sustainability concerns in the EP's committee work, even if it's just to recognize the fact that concluding these agreements might give the EU more leverage to actually pressure these third countries on these issues. And they will finally also, in the context of their consent authority, because it is about having impact in the end on the content of the agreement itself, they will be amplifying voices of civil society actors. They have, for instance, done this in connection to the EU-Vietnam agreement. They have been part of a roundtable between the Commission and civil society actors, but they also have context with these partner countries directly. So the European Parliament is in any case playing a very active role in this context.
Ms. van der Velde, I think at least I can't hear you.
Me neither.
Okay, can you hear us? See, you are not muted. All right, I think she's been dropping out, and we'll try to reconnect. Good, then we give her the chance to get back to us and to finish the presentation. Ms. van der Velde, when you hear us, you will just let us know the moment you're back in and start your presentation again.
I'm terrible about this. Sorry, I'm back.
There you are.
I'm very sorry. I will continue.
Don't worry. I can't complain, as I had also technical problems. Go on.
All right. Can you see the slides again?
Yes, looks good.
So I think I was mentioning these sustainable impact assessments and how the Commission is actually, they're an important piece of information for the European Parliament in negotiations. But for instance, in the context of the EU-Mercosur agreement, this sustainable impact assessment has only been finalized after the end of the negotiations. In the meantime, this has also been labeled maladministration by the Ombudsman, but the Parliament could also pressure more for this in any case. And then finally, the European Parliament could also ask an opinion of the court if it has sustainability concerns, but this also hasn't happened up till now. When we look at domestic parliaments, then on the other hand, the most obvious example that comes to mind is the Walloon Parliament, so one of the Belgian parliaments that blocked the approval of CETA or the signature of CETA. This has in the end led to the adoption of a joint interpretive instrument in which it is specifically stated that social and environmental standards cannot be lowered. We'll have to see what the concrete impact of this instrument can be, but in any case, the Court of Justice takes it into account in its opinion on the CETA agreement, which has also been pushed for by the Walloon Parliament. At the moment, there's also, due to sustainability concerns, some uncertainty about ratification of CETA by the Dutch Parliament, and the Walloon Parliament has already voiced its concerns as regards the Mercosur agreement as well. So it's clear that also domestic parliaments are showing their concerns in any case. Of course, domestic parliaments can also start domestic legal proceedings. At the moment, for instance, we're still waiting for the German Constitutional Court's substantive assessment of CETA that has also been brought before this court by the left political party in Germany. When we then look at the implementation of free trade agreements, as I mentioned before, generally there's no formal parliamentary involvement, but it's clear that the European Parliament made foreign standards, and there's definitely in relation to sustainable development, its priority when monitoring the implementation. So they're not passively receiving information, they're providing their views in monitoring groups as well, still asking parliamentary questions. And this has, for instance, led to the Commission's commitment to sort of action plan for the better enforcement of trade and sustainable development chapters in FTAs. For instance, they agreed to continue inviting European Parliament representatives in their trade and sustainable development expert meetings. The Parliament also stays in contact with civil society actors, with partner countries, parliaments, they go on missions, and more recently, they're also pushing for even more involvement by asking this involvement from the Council and the Commission. They did this in the context of the trade and cooperation agreement that has recently been concluded with the UK, where they actually asked for more involvement, but the Council is quite hesitant to also go along in this, so this will depend on interinstitutional negotiations, but it could be an option that European Parliament representatives would, for instance, be part of these implementing bodies, or a representative could attend these bodies. For domestic parliaments, they actually don't have much influence except then for pressuring their own national executives, but even that has a lot of value. As we also heard from the example before, it pushed actually the Dutch government together with the French government then to do some extra suggestions on how to enforce implementation of these chapters. And also, if domestic parliaments keep attention to this, this is of course an important contribution to the public debate on these issues. So to conclude, I argue that in addition, of course, to internal democratic legitimacy, the European Parliament's role has been important and is still important, because they provide channels of information for the public, they can amplify voices of civil society actors. They also pressure the Commission and other EU actors to consistently commit and recommit to furthering sustainable development. And then specifically for implementation, they are also monitoring whether the commitments that have been made during negotiations are actually followed up upon during implementation. So I think Green Deal diplomacy is only possible if also internally we can assure that we set a credible example. And I think at the moment, parliaments are showing their role there. So they are pushing for sustainable development in trade policy. And I also think they continue to do so. And I hope they will continue to do so. So thank you very much. That was my presentation. I'm looking forward to the discussion and of course, any questions or observations there might be. Thank you.
Thank you. I am just checking whether there is somebody who has their hands up. Joanna will try to support as well and see if there are any immediate questions to Mrs. van der Velde. If not, I would have a very brief one. Thanks a lot for mapping the role of European parliaments. It's not European Parliament, but parliaments in what you called the Green Deal diplomacy, and evidently it's about the trade and the free trade part. Thanks also for bringing back to our memory the CETA saga and the role of the Walloon Parliament as well, not or let alone and not even to talk about the infamous TTIP. Those were interesting times for European trade policy. And what I was wondering is how do you see that role of especially national parliaments, which evidently was a decisive one. Is that still limited now with that power that individual national parliaments were ready also to use, limited to saying yes or no ex post, or does that translate into a creative, an involvement in the negotiations already at the time before it formally comes to the Parliament's approval? How do you think that new gain power has been translated into negotiation power, or has it at all?
Yeah, I think actually there are two elements to this issue. So first of all, of course, lots of this depends on their national governments. If their governments are willing to take seriously the voice of their parliaments, that depends also on the internal constitutional constellation, of course, whether there are actually concrete mandating or debating rights for these national parliaments. But a second element that has been very important already, and that I also consider will probably continue taking place, is contacts with the European Parliament. So because the European Parliament notices that national parliaments are not willing to stay at the sideline, they also engaged with national parliaments themselves. And they actually ensured that there was even more access for national parliaments to documents during negotiations. They listened to their concerns. So I think this interaction between European Parliament and national parliaments can be very valuable in this respect. And then, of course, there's a national component that it depends on whether national governments take the concerns seriously of their national parliaments. But for instance, with the example of the Dutch government, we see that they're clearly reacting on this trade backlash that they're facing at the moment internally. And also that links a bit to what you mentioned before, the climate cases that are currently taking place has really at least pushed the Dutch government as well to engage with this issue. So I do consider that this might also be a role that still continues after CETA. But I hope that answers your question, though.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. Now I'm checking. We still have some 10 minutes or so for a round of discussion. Is there anybody from the audience who would like to take the floor? Joanna, do you see anybody in the chat? I see a question indeed from Jaroslav Pietas, who asks to Paolo Mazzotti, as he has mentioned termination of agreement as a nuclear option. Do you think that actually using that nuclear option would be destructive? And he explains that if we want to keep trust between parties, such a move would make it more difficult to continue the cooperative spirit. Should we rather refrain from using it or considering it? So the question is, how nuclear is your nuclear option, Mr. Mazzotti?
Yes, thanks for the question. Well, I think, as I was briefly mentioning in the presentation, the nuclearity, so to say, can be put in perspective, considering how crucial the Paris Agreement is and how limited the time we have for acting to mitigate climate change is, and the long time span we have for implementing the commitments concerning the 2030 deadline. So basically, it would most certainly be a very nuclear option. So answering the question reframed by Professor BUSCHLE, in instances other than this in my submission. But when it comes to considering that we have like 2050 as the ultimate deadline before which we can take a serious action to mitigate the increase in global temperature below 1.5 degrees when compared to pre-industrial level. And when we take into account that 2030 is the decisive deadline, also as enshrined in the SDGs, and so a turning point agreed to at an almost universal level, even within the UN, I think that like balancing the relative importance of the CAI and actually of any other free trade agreement with the, I think, very crucial importance of the Paris Agreement itself, it might not be so nuclear. And I see you also mentioned the cooperative attitude problem, which is maybe the problem when it comes to discussing implementation of free trade agreements, and which is also the main reason why the Commission has this far refrained from negotiating the application of sanctions to enforce sustainable development commitments. I think this might be a real concern, even though I am a little bit skeptical on this when one considers that sanctions are still available to enforce commitments in FTAs other than sustainable development ones. So I think that if we think that cooperative attitudes are needed to reach those goals, we should refrain a fortiori from applying sanctions and nuclear items to enforce obligations other than sustainable development ones. But coming to the specific issue of termination as a response to the Paris Agreement, I think that if we are to acknowledge that the Paris Agreement is the most important instrument, maybe that the international community has agreed upon this far, maybe it might not be so disruptive to terminate a minor. It's not actually minor, but when compared with the Paris Agreement itself, in my submission, it is agreements such as the CAI, if this is to provide an incentive for China in this case, but also for the EU to comply with the Paris Agreement commitments. And yeah, I hope I answered the question.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mazzotti. An interesting question in the context of the Green Deal indeed is not only the role of nuclear, but the role of nuclear options. And thanks for responding to that. We have then also our colleague Pedro Mendes. I think, Pedro, you raised your hand. Please take the floor and pose the question by yourself.
Professor, thank you for all the speakers for very interesting interventions, as always. So my question is related in particular to Mrs. van Runst, and it's regarding the role of the European Parliament. It's been considered, actually, as it was highlighted here, that it's usually the most climate climate promoter institution of the EU. However, it is still a co-legislator, still doesn't have the power of initiative. I'd like to ask you if you consider that in order for us to achieve our Fit for 55 goals and ultimately 2050 goals, if you consider necessary that that European Parliament is reformed so as to have a role, the role of initiative, just like the Commission has. Thank you.
And Mrs. van der Velde, before you answer that question, maybe we can join it with one that came from the chat from Stephen Minas. And I believe the question is also, how can European parliaments play a role to support EU positions in international negotiation meetings like COP26? I think the observation behind is that we not necessarily have anymore this institutional opposition or dichotomy. We have rather now several, if not all, European institutions being ambitious in climate terms, and that of course raises the question, how can they reinforce each other also on the international stage? Maybe those two questions kind of fit well together, please.
Yeah, of course, I will do my best to answer both of them. To the question maybe of Pedro, I think generally I think it's quite unrealistic to assume that the right of initiative would be switched to the European Parliament because then you would need to get it at the Council as well. I'm not sure whether these dynamics would work out or whether this would actually be considered. But generally, I think there's a big willingness, at least on behalf of the Commission, to really keep in check with the European Parliament, and then specifically with its INTA, so the International Trade Committee, that is very, very active at this moment, that has also built up its administrative capacity very much in the last couple of years because of their increased powers. So I think it's really about, as we mentioned before, the Parliament has shown itself actually as a reliable partner as well for the Commission in pushing for sustainable development concerns or considerations in trade policy. But I think it's more about keeping track of this and seeing whether this actually continues and whether this effort was not just in the negotiation phase part of the attempt of getting these agreements through Parliament, but also to kind of see whether these promises are kept. And this is why I think it's very important for the Parliament to be very proactive in these implementing, or in relation to these implementing bodies, and they're clearly playing their role now. On the more multilateral stage, which goes to the question in the chat, I guess, I think I'm not personally working on this, but I think actually the interinstitutional agreement is even more specific in the context of multilateral negotiations, because there the Commission, kind of it is an agreement between the Commission and the Parliament, but the Parliament has gotten an observer status, so the Parliament representatives can actually be part of the Commission's, or can concretely follow up with the Commission's negotiation efforts. But I also think generally that it is about keeping public debate alive, because there's much attention for it right now, but keeping this alive. And also these contacts with civil society actors are crucial in my view. So I think that's basically where the strength of Parliament lies in this respect, maybe as compared to the other institutions. And I think the Parliament is particularly fit to be proactive in this regard. So I hope that kind of answers both questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Is there any other question right now from the audience? If there is, and I may not see it, then just go ahead, please. If not, I would have one, maybe a final one, as it turns out, to all panelists, and that kind of could already bridge to the following panels. It's about the CBAM, the Carbon Border Mechanism, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. You have analyzed from two different perspectives bilateral agreements that the EU concludes with mixed results. especially when it comes to enforceability. Now, do you see a trend that the Commission is rather, or the European Union, as it of course will turn out, is rather on the international trade scene taking unilateral measures and a unilateral approach, then focusing its efforts into this tough and difficult negotiations and then making them relevant of free trade agreements? Is that a general trend, or does it just happen to be something related to the topic of carbon pricing? And I think that is not only a question to our colleagues who worked on free trade agreements, but also to Dr. Gao, who was elaborating on the relation between the EU and China somehow. So please, short answers. How do you put the unilateral measure of a CBAM in the context of free trade agreements, or generally the EU-China relations? Maybe Mr. Mazzotti, you start?
Okay, so very quickly, I don't think there is really a unilateralism trend. Maybe there are some signals in this respect if one thinks of the FDI screening regulation, or maybe the appointment of a chief trade enforcement officer, but at the same time we have the European Union increasing efforts in accomplishing bilateral agreements. We have the European Union being the leader behind the NPIA project to resolve the stall within the WTO. So I think there are some signals in this direction. At the same time, and also in light of the very recent meeting in Brussels with President Biden, I think there are also signals on the other side. So yes, I would say my answer would be a mixed yes. There are some unilateral signals, but they are not dominant, I would think.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Gao.
Just unmute myself. Yeah, I agree with Paolo. I think like the EU tends to play a leading role in this area, but I wouldn't say the EU plays a dominant role. But increasingly, EU is more acting as a regulation setter in this area. So I would expect that the EU will play a more leading role in the near future. But for now, I'm skeptical that the EU is promoting a unilateral level in this area. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Finally, Ms. van der Velde.
Yeah, I think just to add to this, to not repeat too much, I think generally these powers are then rather concentrated at the Commission level. So I do think this is kind of a new challenge for the European Parliament to also monitor these unilateral initiatives rather than, because I guess the role in negotiations right now is rather established. So yeah, I think this might be a new area where these legitimacy concerns or these legitimacy questions should be asked for sure.
Thanks a lot. And I believe this brings to an end a very fascinating panel. The beauty of this panel is that the composition is not known in advance. So this creates indeed interesting cross-references and the possibility of cross-fertilizing. And I think this is precisely what has happened here. We have been listening to three fascinating presentations on essays situated somewhere between Green Deal diplomacy, trade, energy security. It gave us a picture definitely of the complexity also of the international side of the Green Deal. We've been discussing issues between unilateralism, bilateralism and multilateralism, all the issues that the Green Deal brings back to our attention and will keep us definitely focused over the next couple of years. I would like to thank all the panelists once again for really fascinating and inspiring insights. And with this, I would hand over to the next panel and its moderator, Professor Sumanjali Tandon. Thank you so much. Stay tuned and all the best with the next panels and continue that really fascinating discussion. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks all.
Thank you very much to all of the participants of the panel. Let's have 5 minutes break and let's meet again at 11:25. another very recognized expert, Professor Suranjali Tandon, Assistant Professor from National Institute of Public Finance and Policy in New Delhi, in India. So, Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And we're on our next session, which I think is very critical. Thinking about climate policy, the important element is how do you price for climate change and who must pay for these costs. And so in that sense, we have 4 papers which are going to deliberate on the carbon border adjustment mechanism, as well as a sustainable tax, which is going to be an important element, even if you think in terms of developing countries that will now be confronted by public finance challenges. And I think it will be interesting to see how sort of the thinking has evolved in Europe. We have interesting papers by 4 colleagues here, and without sort of taking much more of your time, I'd like to invite Professor Jaroslaw Piastras, who's a professor at the Faculty of Economics at the University of Warsaw, to talk about carbon border adjustment measures as a trade policy instrument in achieving global climate neutrality. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm trying to put my presentation, PowerPoint presentation on the screen, which just in a minute. As always, in such a situation, you start to have, yeah, it is. I'm very happy to attend this conference in Natolin, as I have been linked to it for a number of years, and I always, with sympathy, looked at what happens at the College of Europe. I'm now visiting professor at the College of Europe in Bruges, but I have been associated to University of Warsaw before. What I wanted to tell is a few words about carbon border adjustment measure, but look at it as a trade policy instrument, which helps to achieve global climate neutrality. I have been looking into what has been already written about carbon border adjustment measure on CBAM, and especially what is the purpose. And mostly the purpose of it is to prevent carbon leakage or to ensure level playing field between the companies. So when you look at the literature, it concentrates mostly on these 2 things. There are a number of reports that have been made already by various think tanks located in many places. And it's very interesting to see how intensive debate over the carbon mechanism has been, especially related to its construction and also how it could work in practice. It's not only European discussions, also discussion in some other countries. I looked into some US papers as well. But the question obviously is how this can work in practice. So if you look at the evidence from the review of literature, you could see that there is until now small indication of carbon leakage. One may not be surprised why it has happened, because the carbon price has been for many years quite low. And these are very big companies with a huge investments. It's very difficult to react suddenly to changes in prices. And there's a number of other reasons why. So it has been a limited impact on the EU industry until now. And this has been confirmed by many studies. And many of the authors say that CBAM is very difficult to implement, but it's very easy to complicate the life of importers. Especially it has to be WTO compatible, and there are a number of requirements here, which require quite an extensive discussion. and there are many possible designs. So with that, we have seen a leaked proposal draft, which is probably not in a final shape, but is very well thought through, which contains major elements of the proposed CBAM, but it which when you look at it, you see that the purpose of it is to regulate greenhouse gas emissions embedded in certain goods, and also the main purpose is to prevent the risk of carbon leakage. And I was trying to figure out whether we should not have another also approach or view to just to see it as an instrument to achieve EU carbon neutrality by 2050. Because in many discussions that I have observed, the CBAM is sometimes considered a transitional mechanism. But I think one has to see it in a perspective. If the EU is going to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, CBAM should be used as one of the tools to work to help to achieve it. So it has been discussed in many other cases in context of WTO, but whenever something is applied to imports, it will be perceived as an international trade instrument, subject to trade policy regime of GATT and other agreements. And therefore, there is a reason, there is a ground to consider this also among trade policy instruments, or at least analyze in this context. And also one has to assume that maybe not all the countries of the world will be fully decarbonized by the 2050, like the EU, and therefore probably it will have also a role to play after that date as well. So it is not transitional mechanism, it is something which can be much more longer term. So if you look at the textbook approach to analyze international trade, even if one could say CBAM has not yet been tested in practice, but when it's applied to import can be considered as something which is equivalent to custom tariff, like non-tariff barriers are also very often analyzed as a custom tariff. So when you look at the graphs that we normally use for students studying international economics, we see the way how tariff is being put, and it shows that the tariff, which is depicted by this area, which is in between, which is numbered C, which is affecting the price, and price with tariff is higher. It reduces demand for the products. It's increases supply, domestic supply, and that's the standard. When you look at something additional, because you could say we are looking not at the exactly at the tariff here or CBAM as a equivalent to tariff, but we look at the additional reasons. We look at the marginal social benefits, which normally can be justification for tariff. Then if you look at the marginal social benefits, you could say there is an increase of the social benefits by moving here. The problem is, and I will come to that, that it's very difficult to apply to the climate. So if we look at the carbon leakage, one would simply say, once we've got ETS, which imposes additional charge on producing using carbon, then obviously domestic supply is moving leftwards, and therefore there's a space for imports, and therefore this part can be considered as carbon leakage, because it's provoked by the unequal treatment of products which are produced domestically or imported. So if you look at when you apply a CBAM on that, you receive you've got a additional charge for imported products, as you've got new internal price which is on the level of a world price plus CBAM, and then regular analysis of who gains what in terms of consumer and producer surplus can be used. And then you could look at who gets this, what is the impact of this CBAM on flows, and also on who gains from introduction of these CBAMs and who loses. If you try to put again this marginal social benefit, you would say here obviously you've got a change, but the question is what about climate? Because this change is bringing additional production in an area which is covered by CBAM. So it is not necessarily increase of production is not necessarily changing emissions of CO2. I mean, generally, when we look at the analysis of the international trade, we see that the wealth creation is linked to the production, and the increase of production is normally considered something which is wealth creation. When you try to include climate elements, it's much more difficult, it's much more complex here. Therefore, I've got still a question how this can be analyzed in this context. And then the observation that I could make until on this basis, I would say that CBAM obviously will make imports more difficult and more costly because it will be imposing some additional charge. It will address some concerns of the industry affected by international competitions, for sure, and maybe it will be much easier to agree for some other measures. However, CBAM will not immediately contribute to speeding up the decarbonization effort within the EU. Even to the contrary, because it will help companies that are producing using carbon to withstand international competition. So one has to be watchful also at this element. So what is necessary is to look to differentiate between two products, which is product which is based on production processes and methods which involve carbon emission, and those which are not. So if you could look at it in a following manner, that you've got ETS which pushes, which imposes a charge on supply of products which involve emission of carbon, and they leave the space for carbon-free production, then you've got a bit different situation. And then if you employ CBAM, you've got something which you have to look at, to which extent CBAM is also supporting carbon-free production. And this would be depicted here by one of these squares, which is ACF. This figure will be again by carbon-free production, whereas AC will still be supporting to those who are producing with the carbon. But at least this element shows you that CBAM, in such a situation, when you make a difference between carbon-free production methods and processes, it's making a difference. However, you may also assume that imposing additional charge on some products, especially on energy, it could reduce world demand, and therefore it would reduce world price. And this would affect also the imports. It could de facto mean that imports will become much more cheaper, and therefore become larger than before. And then the new impacts with CBAMs could de facto be larger if you assume that, for example, energy in the long run can be much cheaper because one of the significant or more significant buyers will have much less use of carbon-intensive energy. So here you have to look at it as well. I wanted to say a few words about the for me, important element is to distinguish between different kinds of steel or cement or fertilizers, those which are produced with use of processes and methods which are carbon-free and not. Why? Because still is the same product. Molecules of energy might be the same, but the way how they are obtained is different. So it's very difficult to have when import, you have to make a differentiation between the two. And therefore, you have to look also at the supply by the rest of the world, and then also supply which is composed of two elements, carbon-intensive production and carbon-free. And this also should be taken into account as permitting importation of carbon-free supplies from outside and importation, and CBAR should not affect de facto this carbon-free production of the same products. So if you look from what will happen in 2050, one would say if Europe is going to be carbon neutral in 2050, it means that the supply of these carbon-intensive products should be at the so expensive because of or should be pushed by more competitive carbon-free production that is not anymore supplied to the EU market. But the same, but what happens at the rest of the world is not very clear. Therefore, the CBAM might stay here and play also the role. So if in this sense, you could say CBAM should stay as a policy instrument to help to achieve this carbon neutrality. And for me, the most important is element to distinguish between imports of products obtained in a carbon neutral, carbon intensive process and methods. And this would allow much easier to expand scope up to upstream and downstream of products and close substitutes, and also scope 2 and scope 3 products, which include emissions. And also it should be applied to imports of such products from all the directions. The draft by the Commission says about countries which are linked with ETS, which is a very logical conclusion with this based on ETS. And when differentiating between the countries of imports, for example, if we say some countries should be exempted, then it probably will require specific rules of carbon origin, because regular rules of carbon origin will not really capture what is essential here. These are most of my elements that I wanted to present. I think that my time is anyhow over, so I'm back to you, Professor.
Thank you so much, Professor. Just listening to your presentation, I have a couple of questions before others pose them to you. The one question that strikes me is that when you implement something like the CBEM, does it have any impact of sort of imposing an inequality on countries that are exporting to sort of transition faster? And any collections that are made under the CBEM, what would be the redistribution of this? Because essentially what this means is there is the country that is not at the moment being able to pull itself up to the plans which are aligned sort of with the EU, and therefore has to incur higher costs of this transition. So in a sense, does this perpetuate some kind of inequality in trade in the future? And you sort of alluded to some industries which would benefit in terms of being protected from international competition. If you could sort of just give us a sense of which those industries are.
Thank you very much for this question. I think it's very important because we've got countries of different history and different responsibility. But the question is here, for example, if you say LDCs, least developed countries, should be exempted, I think if you do it in a straightforward manner, you encourage industries to locate the most carbon-intensive production in these countries. If we have a number of other agreements where LDCs were exempted, It was, among other things, the notion that we want these countries to develop. And therefore, we allow them to get industrialized. However, in a context of climate, whether we want them to really develop using the most carbon-emitting technologies. And therefore, I think that here we should find a way to use funds that are generated by CBAM to help these countries which are in unequal position. So, for example, all importation from these countries that would be subject to CBAM, all CBAM proceeds should return to these countries to be helpful to these countries to develop industry. So rather than allowing them to continue and expand production, which is carbon intensive, just to use the proceeds, not for European development, not for those who are implementing CBAM, not only Europe, but for countries which are affected.
Thank you so much, Professor. And as I had asked, which are the industries that you were alluding to which would be protected from international competition by the implementation of the carbon border?
Yeah, first of all, it is quite logical that CBAM is related to ETS. So you've got a production which is subject to ETS, which is mostly energy. Then you have steel, cement, fertilizers, possibly plastic, and some other products which are very energy intensive. De facto, in imports, when you look at the imports, there are only two products which make very, except for energy, but even for energy, there are two products which make a very significant contribution. One is steel and one is aluminium. And these are both products which are imported to Europe, which contain a lot of carbon emissions. So this is a sort. But I think that for the purpose of WTO compatibility, it has to be related as an adjustment measure to something that exists within the EU. It means it cannot be wider than the EU coverage.
Thank you so much, Professor. Are there others who would like to ask a question? So I do not see any more questions at the moment, but we'll probably circle back to Professor when we're concluding this session. I would like to invite Mr. Kevin Lemerne. He's student at the European Interdisciplinary Studies Program at College of Europe in Natolin. And he will be talking about, a very different element of the same theme, which is to say applying climate ethics to policy, the case of EU-China carbon border adjustments. So Kevin, over to you.
Thank you so much. It's very nice to be here, and it's very fulfilling to see that the conference that we all organized is really panning out really well, and to be speaking next to really talented experts. I'm just going to share my screen now, if I can find it. Let me know if you can see it.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay, so my research is on applying climate ethics to policy, and it really transitions well with the previous talk because it's about the case of EU-China border carbon adjustments and looking at whether they are actually fair on a global level. I just need to see if I can change slides. Okay. Does it change right now? Okay. So just to introduce the topic, ethical principles are really, really important in climate diplomacy discourse. The goals of fairness are always enshrined in multilateral environmental agreements. But we don't only need them to be stated as goals, we also need to be able to measure their practical implementation. Can you not see my slide? Sorry.
We can see your slides, Kevin, but it's not on full screen mode. If you would like to.
Okay. Let me check. Okay. There you go. Yeah, so we also need to measure if principles of climate justice are actually implemented in policy outcomes. And this is especially the case with border carbon adjustments. So it's important to see if they're fair in terms of international distribution of costs and benefits. Given that the EU is trying to construct itself as a benevolent actor on the world stage in relation to climate, we need to make sure that the just transition that is taking place in Europe is also a global just transition. So we're just going to take a look at the case of China in this respect. So we need to reach climate neutrality by 2050, and this is a very pressing issue, without which we might have catastrophic climate change, which we need to avoid at all costs. And China is a very high-stake player in these efforts, as stated previously by Federica Mogherini. And to keep political credibility, the EU can't just have a domestic just transition and level the playing field for its own industries, but then actually have measures that, in fine, are unfair. So we need to take a look at border carbon adjustments. And as stated in the previous talk, they aim to avoid carbon leakage. And a good theoretical framework to understand Europe's role in terms of fairness on the world stage would be Ethical Power Europe. So then why China? China is the most important emitter with 10.06 gigatons of carbon dioxide emissions in 2018. It's also responsible for the highest incremental increases in global emissions. It's a carbon intense and open economy. But it's also because BCAs will mostly affect China. So this is what quantitative economic projections find, that China will be most hurt by border carbon adjustments, especially in terms of population welfare. And that's why China rejects BCAs and calls BCAs eco-imperialism. So the EU really needs to pay attention to the trade-off between internal political acceptability, because it is in a way leveling the playing field with border carbon adjustments and protecting its industries, but also external political acceptability. It's unsure whether the EU can afford to jeopardize broader climate efforts if China is not receptive to these. So then we need to see if the measure is fair. We need to look at a first framework of climate justice, harm avoidance justice. So Simon Caney defines this as starting from the imperative that we need to prevent climate change at all costs, and we need to work backwards from this to deduce who should do what, with a focus of avoiding catastrophe. So this focuses on the rights of future generations. So then we need to see if carbon border adjustments will actually be efficient and policy effective. But we shouldn't only look at primary carbon leakage, the relocation of European industries in other countries. We need to see whether border carbon adjustments create a carbon efficient world, which is quite different than just looking at carbon leakage from the EU to the rest of the world. Because there's also the risk of what is called reverse carbon leakage. So for instance, in China, the loss of export-based income could cause China to use countervailing measures that reduce exports and imports in favor of carbon-intensive domestic substitutes. So kind of falling back on domestic industry to avoid the cost of border carbon adjustments. And this would actually increase emissions. And actually, quantitative studies find that all in all, total emissions would only be minimally reduced by border carbon adjustments, and there would be a shift in trade as Chinese companies are pushed off the market because of a loss of competitiveness in favor of OECD countries' companies. So China would emit less, even with the reverse carbon leakage, but OECD countries would emit more. And the welfare costs for China would actually be quite high. So we can only find a very slim harm avoidance justification here. So we also have to look at BCA revenue, if that can be funneled back to China in order to like protect the welfare of the population most effective by these measures. Another stance that we can look at is burden sharing justice. So this criteria is about looking at how we distribute the fair share, and the priority is that everyone does their fair share, but we're not focusing so much on the result. So in order to have burden sharing justice, there are two principles: the polluter pays principle and the ability to pay principle. So the polluter pays principle holds that those who are at the root of the problem of climate change should be the ones to pay to resolve it. And the ability to pay principle dictates that those with a greater capacity to pay should contribute more to the solution of a problem. So these are the two principles of burden sharing justice, and you can find them in the Paris Agreement through EBDR, common but differentiated responsibilities. So first, with the polluter pays principle, are border carbon adjustments just? So intuitively, we would be tempted to say yes, because they make the companies pay from the get-go. But then this completely obscures the whole fact that there is a bigger historical responsibility on the side of the EU, and that the EU has benefited from a key strategic market position to take advantage of emissions, and there's level of unfairness if this is refused to China. But here we also need to look at levels of analysis. Even if the polluting Chinese companies would end up paying a lot, there's also the fact that on a national level, actually OECD countries would register welfare gains, while China would actually suffer from high welfare losses of 3.4% in the Hicksian equivalent. We also have to look at modes of accounting. For instance, if we look at which consumers are most responsible for the high emissions, these are still EU consumers rather than consumers from China. So then we also need to see whether a WTO-compatible BCA can actually work with the obligations of the Paris Agreement. And actually, there's a de facto contradiction between the legal frameworks of the Paris Agreement and WTO compatibility on BCAs, because it wouldn't let countries have different kind of tariffs and different rates based on their differentiated responsibility. So then finally, we can look at the ability to pay principle. And obviously China can pay, but if BCAs are implemented the way most quantitative studies project, there would be a disproportionate burden on China. And actually, if we look at levels of analysis here again, if we're measuring GDP in absolute terms, obviously China can pay, but then per capita, China is still relatively poor. And the benefit would go again to historically important emitters, OECD countries. So here again, we need to look at the question of revenue. If we can use BCA revenue to make BCAs fairer. So in conclusion, BCAs secure a weak justification according to harm avoidance justice. They are associated emission reductions, but they're only marginal, and the welfare costs are high. You can also only find a weak burden sharing justification, because it would make highly polluting companies pay, but then it would also be limited to companies who export their products to the EU. And then on the international level, it emerges that the Chinese community would indirectly be asked to bear the costs of pollution that mostly continue to benefit consumers in the EU. So that's a big problem. Then in terms of ability to pay, China does have the capabilities to pay. There's no denying that. And BCAs would make them pay. But here, BCAs would disproportionately affect China, who has a carbon-intense economy, and not affect OECD countries so much, because they are already in a key strategic position with greener products to gain market shares. And so they would generate revenue and welfare gains while the Chinese community internalizes the costs. So what is the solution? The solution might have been what the European Commission actually discarded in the talks despite public support for it, which is consumption-based accounting. Now, we should probably ask ourselves why the European Commission rejected consumption-based accounting And here, maybe I will be a bit controversial and suggest that it is because it would not benefit EU industries as much. Thank you. That's it for today.
Thank you, Kevin. That was a very interesting presentation. It sort of puts a lens of political economy on carbon border adjustment mechanism. But I have sort of two questions which are, in my mind, sort of a thought experiment of what might happen. One is to say that, if there is a mechanism put like this in place, is there any research to suggest that there is pass forward of this to the EU customers? And in that sense, even those vulnerable within the EU community may have to pay the cost of it. And, the second is relates to the impact that might be seen in China. And if, for example, China, in terms of trying to keep its competitiveness up, might even adjust its real wages to compensate for such taxes being implemented. So has there been any thought around any of these two? Because I think these again speak to the ethics and the inequality of having such a tax.
So for the first part of the question, yes, the EU is trying to enact a domestically just transition, and border carbon adjustments are actually part of that solution presented by the Commission, because the argument is that it will level the playing field for domestic EU industries so that they can remain competitive despite a very stringent regulatory environment in the EU. But then how much that benefit to companies is going to trickle down to the population remains to be seen. Then for the kind of sectoral impacts in China, I think it will especially affect industries like steel and aluminum and paper production, as pointed out by Professor Pietras. And I do think that the impact will be most felt on the poorest in the community. All the just transition policy documents produced, for example, by the WWF, find that when there are environmental measures, the impact is not as much internalized by the companies, but by the labor force. So that's just kind of a finding in the research. And just maybe I can add a last point, because many of my respondents, because this was also based on qualitative studies, pointed out that actually the EU is trying to target carbon leakage that isn't actually proven to occur. So it's trying to mitigate a risk, but for a problem that hasn't happened yet and actually hasn't been proven to happen. Most relocation to China, for example, is not motivated necessarily by environmental regulations, despite the already more stringent standards in Europe, but actually by the lower labor costs and the lower standards just across the board, not only environmental standards. So they're going to try to tackle a problem that doesn't exist, but then probably create another problem with reverse leakage, which will actually, like, globally, it will reduce emissions a little bit, but at what cost?
That's an interesting insight, Kevin. In fact, if we talk about differentiated responsibility, this sort of vitiates that differentiated responsibility. But if there's anyone else who has a question, please do raise your hand or write in the chat box. Kevin? All right, I do not see any hands up or questions at the moment, Kevin, but we probably circle back and speak to you about this in the conclusion of the session. I'd now like to invite, thanks, Kevin. We'd like to invite Mr. Lie Yao and on the proposal for a kilometric carbon tax. So it's basically looking at how a tax may be designed to deal with emissions. So please, go ahead and make your presentation.
Hello, everyone. So Lies Jaoud is my co-author and isn't actually here today. So I'm Tancred Bouglé. I will be presenting his ID. And first of all, obviously, thanks a lot to the organizers for everything. And also because my topic goes actually pretty well after yours, Kevin. So hopefully you didn't destroy what I'm going to say too much. Everybody will be the judge of that. I will start by quickly saying that I am not an academic, like most of you. I might be the only one coming specifically from the private sector. And I will just give 30 seconds on how today came to be and how we came, or I came to be here today. A few years ago, last year, the French government did a convention for climate justice with citizens being able to propose ID. I proposed this ID, kilometric carbon taxing, which we'll explore today. And it was picked up by a French think tank, the Conférence Gambetta, which is slightly more on the left, if we have to be honest, on the socialist side. But it was picked up and I was able to expand the research on this. So that means two things. A, it was mostly explored from a regulatory point of view, from a French point of view, also obviously with an eye on EU agreements and EU obligations. So just keep that in mind if it comes up. And the second thing is that this is a bit of a bold proposal. I think we'll see, and I hope this will be interesting to all of you. So first off, very simply put, we have an existing problem, which is, as was pointed out just previously, we emit not as much as we did. As you can see here, the per capita emission for EU citizens has gone down quite massively, right, over the last 20 to 30 years, so that's great. On the other hand, per capita consumption hasn't decreased in the same proportion at all. It has decreased for most countries, but if you look at the massive drop in per capita emission, it's not really the same thing. Just to give you a quick idea on the ratio between consumption and emission, you can see an increase in almost all countries. What does that mean? Well, very simply, we're exporting our emissions. What was produced in Europe yesterday is now produced abroad. So we can say that we can do a very good regulatory framework. We can say we're very green, and we can say it's ever greener, except if you look at those carbon emissions, it's just we've put the problem away, and we've put the problem where we don't see it anymore, right? And you can see this reflected in the increase in trade volumes. On that very short period of 2014 to 2018, so very recent, global trade has increased by 12%. The increase over the last 30 years is even more massive. So we are in an ever-increasing intensification of flows. Now, it is a problem in itself because more industries mean more carbon emission quite often, but also it's a problem in those flows by themselves because freight in all its form creates carbon and creates other issues. So beyond the classic CO2 that we've all been discussing, there were a few articles recently, I think in The Guardian and Libération, showing that long-distance freighter can have containers gone overboard. There's also noise pollution in the oceans, which is not great for the maritime wildlife. And also all the infrastructure that we have to build to accommodate those ever-increasing flows with impact, for example, on the supply of sand, one of the biggest building materials, which is destroying communities worldwide. So once we say that, however, we will see that not all modes of transport are equal. Aviation, for example, is 0.3% of the volume in from non-EU countries to the EU. However, it is 2.4% of emissions. 2.4 may not seem like a lot, but if you compare it to the trade of volume, it's quite massive. On the opposite, you have something like train freight, which, while being 4.4% of the volume coming in, only represents 0.5% of emission. Globally, we can say that the evolution of transport technology, particularly the container, has decreased cost, while the technology of communication has decreased distance. So while, let's say, 60 years ago, you couldn't imagine to have a factory randomly, for example, in China, it is now possible and is not a massive issue. Moreover, beyond the purely environmental issue of having all our industry in China, we can see the issues we've seen over the last pandemic with strategic reliance on foreign countries, but also we see that a lot of the industry in Europe has evaporated and the jobs that go with it as well. So a lot of maybe the less qualified people before used to work in industry, which was more stable job, because tied to the infrastructure of the factory itself, now have to work in the service industry or in the tertiary sector itself, very susceptible to delocalization. So how could we solve this? The proposal is simply to tax the distance between production and consumer based on the transport mode. So it's from the country of origin, so specifically the country of origin as per the custom documents. So mostly it's country of production, and if my jurisprudence is correct, it's country with the last major transformation and mostly a change of tariff code. This would use the existing legal infrastructure that we already have in place through the customs to the EU point of entry, so based on release to consumption, so not necessarily the physical point of entry, but the point of entry on the EU market. The ideal situation would be that all products would be taxed equally, meaning finished good, but also semi-finished and raw material, to have a wide scope as possible. Lastly, it's according to transport mode. So here you can see, if it's not obscured, it's obscured on my screen by videos of everyone, which is not very practical. But you have the CO2 ratio by ton kilometer according to the energy agency, the European Energy Agency, meaning from that we can say a ratio. As we said, not all transport modes are equal. Give you an example, and we'll come back to the goals after. If a transport is coming into the custom zone, we can say a standard distance, country to country. For example, we can say the US is, as a standard, 6,500 kilometers from France. It's easier, it's much easier that way than say, oh, it came specifically from Los Angeles and it took that route and everything, because that just very rapidly becomes quite untenable. So we can establish a standard distance. We see then the standard rate by kilometer. In that case, it came by plane. As such, we can say, okay, so the rate by kilometer by plane is 0.5%, 0.01% times 6,500 kilometers, meaning that product would be taxed on entry into the EU at 65%. This might seem like a lot, and I don't say it, but I do imagine a few raised eyebrows. However, it is pushing toward softer transport modes, in that case, boats, because if you look at the calculation, what if it arrives by boat, then it would only be taxed at 3.3%. I also give the example for the same product coming from China at this time, which would give 80% by plane and 4.2% by boat. We can note that train, being currently the most virtuous alternative, would not be taxed, because we would like to push companies toward using train infrastructure, which is more virtuous than other alternatives. What are the goals? What do we want to achieve with this? First, as was hinted before, it's about leveling the playing field. So carbon leakage might not be quite a thing yet, but there are other costs coming into account on the social dumping and everything, and we want to reintegrate all those externalities into the cost of the consumer. We also want to push toward more virtuous modes, mostly get away from the reliance on truck and highways infrastructure towards maybe boats and mostly trains wherever possible. Since consumer price will be increased the further it comes from, we expect it would nudge consumers toward having more local alternatives, and so as well push the producer toward offering these alternatives and making it more competitive. Lastly, if we manage to repatriate or at least make it less competitive to produce outside the EU, we hope that we can have a cycle of indeed ever greener industry, but industry on the European soil. It might mean on the short term more polluting industry on the EU, but then we really have to ask ourselves the question, if we cannot bear to have those industries in our backyard, can we reasonably ask other countries to bear that burden and to pollute their backyard just because we don't want to see it in ours? Now, probably there will be some objections. Most probably some I haven't actually written here, so I'm looking forward to your questions. Now, the basic objections that we have outlined would be, what about virtuous non-EU production? So we have a factory in India producing way more virtuously than we could ever do in Europe. Well, then we can imagine a mechanism where that company or that transporter could provide proof that what they're using is better than we could ever do in Europe, or that the transport, even so it's, for example, a plane, it's, I don't know, a solar plane, and it's more virtuous than any other alternative. The important thing here would be the burden of proof being on the producer, on the transporter. You have to prove to us that you are indeed more virtuous. The impact of on consumer, obviously, many products would now become more expensive. But there's often that dichotomy between, on one hand, the consumer, on the other hand, the worker. However, if we manage, as we expect, to relocalize a lot of the industries, it means more job, more disposable income, and meaning it's easier to actually buy the things you need, especially if at the same time local production becomes more competitive. Now, it is indeed not a panacea. During the course of research, we had some people, we heard some objection in the sense of, this is not the be-all, end-all, this will not solve the whole problem. It's not meant to be the whole problem. It's only meant to be part of an array of other measures, for example, carbon adjusting at the frontier, if we can devise proper carbon accounting. And it's only really part of the problem to address the freight and the impact that transport technology has had on us and on EU industry. Now, in terms of too complex, would it be complex to put in place? We hope to reduce complexity by using the existing custom paperwork and infrastructure. As we said, for example, the country of origin is or should be indicated on the custom documents. And on top of that, companies producing within Europe would not actually face any increased complexity, right? You produce in Germany, you ship to France, great, it's internal EU, no document, free market, right? It's only if you choose to produce elsewhere that shame, you'll have to do some more paperwork. So now, obviously, there would be some money raised from that, we hope. What can we do with it? And as said by the Ghanaian speaker, Gertrude, sorry, I couldn't catch your last name earlier, it would be unfair to tax younger countries in our zone of influence, especially, for example, Western and Northern Africa. However, let's point out that them being closer means that mostly wouldn't bear as much of a burden on that because they're geographically closer, right? But we can help and we can build the infrastructure. I did a bit rough, so I'll probably be proven wrong at some point, but that for France alone, with the biggest partners, we could raise between 20 and 30 billion per year, just for France. With that money, we can create a European rail freight network. For comparison, 24 billion is about 4 to 5 times the budget of the network infrastructure part of the French SNCF, the French rail organization. So imagine, just for France, we could quadruple investments every year. Alternatively, free transportation for European citizens on train, like a bit like the Europass, but imagine if it was free or vastly reduced, to promote interconnection with reduced carbon impact. Lastly, with that money, what we could do is, we say we want to promote rail. Great. Let's use that money to create an EU Belt and Road Initiative. It can be to Central Asia. Maybe we'll meet the Chinese in the middle, the Chinese state, sorry. But it can also be creating a rail network within Africa to help with the export and support local industries, as well as the development and providing, more economical opportunities for them by helping them export to the EU. Could also be in South America, for example, for landlocked countries, so they can actually export to us without having to rely on routing alternatives. Now, as a word of conclusion, while this is ambitious, and I realize that it probably might not see the light of day, but it's good to talk about it. I do believe, and the think tank I'm working with, we do believe this is still feasible. This is something that could be done, and it would benefit our citizens as well as our close neighbors, because industry that, because of the cost of labor and everything, will not be in China anymore, might be in West Africa, where a lot of raw resources actually come from. And we hope we can bring regional prosperity. Now, as a very last word, this would be a massive shift, hopefully push toward a massive shift in the way we organize our global economy and in the way we produce. But I certainly believe that the sheer size of the climate emergency, as we're right to call it, necessitates such a paradigm shift. On those words, thank you for your attention, and hopefully you found this interesting.
Thank you, Dirk. I'm so sorry for having introduced you at the very beginning, but
no
presentation, I think you're deviating from the standard to sort of think about a new way to tax. But I had a bunch of questions, and I know you created some of the criticisms there. But the first thing that came to my mind was that, perishables, they constitute a large part of the trade basket. For example, many countries in Africa actually export flowers to Europe. And in that sense, if we imagine the kilometric tax to be implemented, it would tax these countries more heavily. And as you already preempted, it would shift patterns. A lot of it would be intra-EU trade because of the costs that have changed after the implementation of the tax. The other is that it's agnostic to the products being sort of exported and imported. So for example, if there is a green product which is being exported using a more, let's say carbon inefficient way of transportation, how do we adjust for that? Is there a possibility in your model to kind of adjust for that? And the third thing that I think is very important is the concept of redistributive justice, which is how do you embed in law? Because essentially, this is a redistribution that might have to occur as the same building of railroads. Now, how do we embed that in law and create a pact wherein everyone is on board, and whether this is going to be WTO compatible? So those are my few thoughts. Love to hear your comments.
Right. So the question of flower from East Africa, I think mostly tulip and roses coming from Kenya. Well, that's what I was talking about, paradigm shift. And the question, and it's a bit provocative, but do we really need roses if roses are not in season? And we've been taught that, consumer is always right, and we should expect, I want an avocado right now, I want a tomato in the middle of winter. Yeah, but that's not how the world works. And if tulips are not in season, you shouldn't buy tulips. And I know it's not quite an answer, but we often say, oh, it's the consumer should make the right choice. The consumer should buy in season. Okay, but let's embed that into the law and into the tax system. Now, the second point on what about greener alternative, a greener product, greener infrastructure. It might happen, and it would be great. And then, let's say you're a transporter, you're using a green alternative. Great, prove it. We, by default, will assume you're using an average transport, an average truck, an average plane. Now, if you come up with a new technology that changes that, great. You can prove it. Give us the numbers, give us the statistics checked by European agencies, or at least a reliable agency, and then your tax will be reviewed. It's possible. Now the last point was about redistributive justice. So for that, well, we hope that since this tax would bring new jobs, at least bring back jobs through industry, the impact would be felt by EU citizens who, well, if they have a steady job, I imagine people are happy to have steady jobs. Also, as we said, as I said, with the money raised, if we can allow, for example, free transportation, imagine you wouldn't have to pay, or you would pay way less for the train. You can travel within your country, within Europe. Maybe even on a local level, you don't have to pay for the bus anymore. You don't have to pay for your tramway ticket to go to work. I mean, don't have to pay. There might be always, like I don't know, €0.50 depending to prevent abuses, but you would be able to feel a direct impact, because either less taxes, also that's not really in the EU remit most of the time, but imagine if you could create a European rail network so we don't have to rely on cars as much. It would be, I believe, a clear benefit for everyone. Now, in terms of the WTO, okay, this one I'm going to be slightly more provocative, but it doesn't, and again, I'm not an expert, but I do work with people who seem to know what they're talking about, and it seems that not all countries always respect the word and the promises made to the WTO. And we see that, for example, well, maybe the Chinese state doesn't actually subsidize its companies, but it does own the companies that provide the raw materials, and lo and behold, the prices are quite cheap compared to market. So, and we know there's massive subsidies to, for example, corn farmers in the US. So the question is, why should we bind ourselves to agreements that we're the only one respecting? But then again, that's a bit more of a hot take than a reasoned answer. I see a question in the chat on how will this tax work from a legal perspective. And on this one, I'll unfortunately have to pass. I'm not a tax expert in the EU framework. Ideally, it would be counted like custom revenues, so coming to the EU and possibly raised by the European customs. but there's probably a better answer to that I'm not aware of.
Thank you, Sanjay. And I think you raise more issues on what sustainable consumption might look like, or maybe required to tie in with ideas such as this. Because what you're essentially saying is that now we need to redefine consumption baskets to say what is essential and necessary. And of course, I still want to sort of raise the point that, while we think of subsidized services within the EU, for a country that sits outside the union, the question remains, what is their benefit from seeing a new tax, which really leaves them outside the market, right? Because they don't benefit from the rail network, they don't benefit from the public goods that you are sort of suggesting. So
it is a very valid point, and just allow me to answer on this one in 10 seconds, and I think after it will be somebody else. But just in 10 seconds, if we are the EU, if we are working with the EU Parliament, and we are EU citizens, our responsibility is toward other EU citizens. Unfortunately, our responsibility is not toward the Chinese, it's not toward Central Asia, it's toward the EU citizens. Now, we should do our best to respect other countries and work with them as much as possible. At the end of the day, our responsibility is to our fellow citizen, and that's a very personal note. I do believe it's important to say that, because otherwise, if the EU isn't caring primarily for the citizens, then you go back to the state and nationalistic point of view saying, well, the EU wants, but I will protect you. And we generally know how that ends up, and it ends up bad. My last word. Thank you.
Any other comments before we proceed? Questions? All right, so we're going to move to the next presentation. It's on sustainable taxation in the service of European Green Deal and global just transition. I think it carries on from the last presentation. It's by Mr. Michael Richter, College of Europe alumnus, and Mr. Jakob. So I invite you to make the presentation.
Thank you very much. I will just start the presentation. Yes, I hope everyone can see it. So once again, thank you very much for inviting us here. It's a really great pleasure. As already said in the introduction, I finished the College of Europe. I finished it 1 year ago, and just today in the morning, I was reminded once again that exactly 1 year ago, I was still a student. So it feels like a very, very nice thing to be here. I feel very honored, very pleased, and not only because it feels like a spiritual and virtual in the setting homecoming, but also because we have the possibility to actually talk about something very important with such renowned experts. And I would like to stress that we are not experts. So Jacob and me, my partner from the BUSCHLE in Texas, we are political economists, but rather dealing with different stuff. However, we thought that this is such an important aspect and such an important topic that we would like to contribute to this debate. And this is basically the frame throughout which this contribution should also be looked upon on, because we would like to contribute to the debate, and we would like to put some food for thought on the table, metaphorically speaking. So of course we have many different aspects in our concepts. However, we would like to spur a debate on them, and as you will see, they're in some way innovative and combine many different things with each other. And this is basically our main goal. And what we believe sustainable taxation will achieve, and we start actually with our envisioned objectives before we start actually explaining what we think the concept of sustainable taxation will exactly or could look like. We believe that it will actually strengthen the EU's competitiveness and its strategic autonomy, because we believe that we will construct a firm economic foundation for the success, for an economic success actually of the Green New Deal, and also to combine, and this is basically what is very often put forward, to combine economic competitiveness with a green transformation. So this is basically what we are trying. We are trying to bridge those two aspects together to make them work in a synergetic way and not one against each other. So, and the third point is that we actually believe, and this will be in some way different than our previous speakers, we believe that the transatlantic relationship can actually be basically created by sustainable taxation, and which will then foster green and democratic transformation, not only in our region, but in regions of special significance for us, which will be one aspect I will come to talk about at the very end. However, now my colleague Jacob will basically introduce the economic foundation of our concept, sustainable taxation. So I hand over to Jacob.
Thank you so much, Michael. Yes, as Michael just mentioned, we really believe that sustainable taxation, and what we exactly mean by that, we'll introduce in a second, that can be a way of not only ensuring the economic success of the European Green Deal, but also strengthening the EU's recent objective of achieving the strategic autonomy worldwide, as well as fostering the transatlantic relationship between EU and the United States in order to foster the democracy promotion in most sensitive regions, to most salient regions in that area, especially in Africa, which is a very important future partner for the European Union. But first, let's just have a few words about, just take a look at the European Green Deal in general. So when we look at that right now, currently it is a collection of ideas, initiatives, and legislation rather than a concrete action plan. However, out of this panoply of ideas, we can already distinguish certain components that can be subject to a debate. As we analyze the European Green Deal, the European Green Deal investment plan is the absolute pillar of that. It is the investment pillar of the Green Deal. It aims to mobilize €1 trillion in sustainable investment over a decade. That includes just transition mechanism with $100 billion, euro, for alleviating the socio-economic effects of decarbonization, as well as the Invest EU initiative, which aims to mobilize €279 billion for environmentally friendly projects. So that is a lot of money, and this clearly implies mass-scale investment, which can also be read as targeted investment. And as we analyze the insofar policy of the EU, such as the various development projects, especially among the members who joined post-2004, we can see that subsidies is a very, very common policy that is used in the European Union. So the implication that we can make based on these numbers is, well, subsidies are likely to become an important component of the European Green Deal, and we are arguing that this is probably not the best policy. While it might be good in certain cases, it is certainly not the best in case of technologies. So let's move to the next slide to discuss the characteristics of subsidies. So subsidies are basically a form of financial support that is given by government to selected enterprises with an intention to support a particular economic sector. So for example, that could be, in case of New Green Deal, European Union subsidizing certain types of renewable energy sources in order to make them competitive vis-a-vis fossil fuels. So basically, let's say subsidizing solar energy might have an intention to make it appear cheaper from the side of a customer than, let's say, coal. So there are certain advantages of subsidies and targeted funding. First of all, they are very easy to enact and simple to organize, and they show quick actions, right? Once we enact it, it's very easy to implement. We just basically have to distribute money, which also makes subsidies one of the favorite tools of policymakers. However, these exact features also constitute some of the main disadvantages of subsidies and targeted funding. So first of all, and that's the main disadvantage, is the arbitrariness. The subsidies create the basic question: what technologies should we support, and how do we really determine it? Rather than leaving this process to the market, we leave that process to a select group of politicians or other decision-making body, which who basically allocate money via the mechanism of command and control, which might, in certain cases, resemble more of a beauty pageant for the best technology rather than the best practice, in which a process in which we actually select the technologies that we should support. Because as we can look into the history, there are certainly many technologies that we simply don't know about, haven't heard about yet, and how do we choose which one we should support? And for these reasons, like for this arbitrariness also creates another caveat, namely the fact that subsidies and targeted funding are prone to the influence of lobbies and interest groups. So building up on that specific aspect of it, we can take a look at an example from the United States, which shows the imperfections of subsidies in the particular context of supporting renewable energies. So let's take a look at the next slide, please. So the example, the case you would like to briefly discuss is the Energy Independence and Security Act of 2007, which was enacted in the United States during the Bush administration with an intention to increase American energy security while promoting a seemingly environmentally friendly solution. So basically, that law mandated a subsidy for ethanol production to be included in gasoline. So over a decade from now, there have been several studies about the effectiveness of that measure. And one of the main findings has been that, first of all, supporting this particular technology led to negligible environmental benefits, primarily due to the carbon-intensive production of corn-derived ethanol. So even though that seemed as a very intuitive solution at first, because we support production of corn, right? Corn is plant-based, right? It's renewable, so we might conclude that perhaps it's a great way of producing a fuel. It actually turned out eventually the environmental benefit is quite negligible because of carbon-intensive production of corn-derived ethanol. In addition to that, there was actually negative spillover to the developing world because of supporting this policy. There has been a sharp spike in the prices of food worldwide because corn is one of the feedstocks for the agricultural production. And finally, one of the things that continues until today is the fact that corn producers in the United States continue to receive $0.45 per gallon of federal subsidy. And ever since that, there has been a very strong lobby that has been guarding this privilege, even though this law did not necessarily translate into supporting the best technology out of all of the ones possible. And it's actually quite difficult to even remove that, even though it doesn't really make too much sense. So let's move to the next slide. So building on that case, we would like to point out to the threats to the success of the European Green Deal. So basically, we argue that wrong policies might result in failure of delivery of expected results, primarily because of the financial scale of the project. The European Green Deal implies there will be a lot of financial firepower involved in the realization of this plan. Therefore, we argue that we really need to use the best policies possible, the most effective ones, rather than the ones that are most visible. So in this case, we argue that extensive use of subsidies and targeted funding is probably not the most effective way of, let's say, promoting green technology. we do not entirely advocate for getting rid of subsidies. We acknowledge that it might be a good choice for especially infrastructural projects, large infrastructural projects, which are unlikely to find private funding. However, their subsidies are clearly a poor policy for supporting technological innovation, especially renewable energy sources. They are likely to create new powerful lobbies instead, as we are at this point not quite sure what technologies we should really support. It is probably much better to leave this up to the market rather than a selected group decision-making body. It's best to leave up to the market to select the winners and losers among the competing technologies. So what's our proposal? We propose that sustainable taxation in the form of a carbon tax on fuels imposed per ton of CO2 emitted out of their usage should become a new pillar of the European Green Deal. So as I just mentioned, we do not entirely advocate for getting rid of subsidies and targeted investment. However, we argued that in case of supporting green renewable technologies, this goal should be realized based on introducing a new tax rather than selectively choosing what technologies we want to support instead of leaving this up to the market forces. So let's go to the next slide to discuss the details of the carbon tax. So why the carbon tax? First of all, its simplicity. There's once we introduce it, there is no need for organizing technological beauty pageants, competitions in which we need to select the best technology, which are difficult and very arbitrary, because how do we choose the best technology? History has shown that many technologies that eventually made a lot of change became very disruptive. They were not even heard of at the time of their nascency. In addition to that, carbon tax is immune to lobbies. There is no room for money transfers. It uniquely discriminates against the carbon-intensive fuels, and it is business-friendly. It is predictable and very easy to monitor. The effect of the carbon tax would be to level the playing field between the fossil fuels and renewable technologies. So the carbon tax will reflect the real social cost, the long-term cost of fossil fuels, making them equal in cost or more expensive than renewable technologies. And this would create the market conditions in which renewables could successfully compete against fossil fuels on the same level. So we wouldn't need to have any subsidy in a process in which we have to selectively, arbitrarily choose whom to support. In addition to that, it's important to mention that subsidies only create an umbrella of security and make renewables appear inexpensive, but not actually cheap. We argue that the carbon tax might supplement and eventually supersede the emissions trading system. ETS has been often praised as a great success story, which it is. However, many of its flaws are often overlooked. The, again, arbitrariness of the emission allocation, vulnerability to accounting manipulation, and very high price volatility. So now I'm going to leave the floor to Michael.
Right, thanks a lot, Jacob. I see we are running out of time a bit, that's why I'll speed up. But I will also extend now the level playing field, because right now we have focused on the EU level, on the taxation, on the financial, basically, let's say, incentive for companies to switch towards less environmentally hostile technologies or production or ways of actually producing things. However, we also need a level playing field vis-a-vis our outside world, the outside competitors, particularly also to mitigate the risk of carbon leakage. That's why obviously one important aspect of the concept of sustainable taxation will also be the border adjustment mechanism, right? This is basically an export of this level playing field. We have already talked about it, that's why I will not go into much detail with it. What we think, however, and this is something new, we believe basically what should be done with the money, right? And we believe that there will be two fundamental mechanisms, because of course we get money through the border adjustment mechanism, and we get money through the EU-wide carbon tax, which leaves us with money in the union. And we believe there will be two ways. I will focus now on one and later on the second aspect, with how this money can be used actually to facilitate even further positive developments in that regard. So the first one will be a regional competition on the EU NUTS 3 level for funds, right? We will have money from the EU-wide carbon tax. We'll have money coming from the border adjustment mechanism. This will leave us with funds. And then there will be a regional, basically, a competition over a certain part of those funds. And those competition will be basically done on objective criteria based on, on the one hand, on the ability to decrease emissions, and on the other hand, to promote socio-economic development at the same time. So basically, because at the core of our concept is the combination of socio-economic development and the decrease of emissions, right? And this is something, a mechanism which we would like also to translate those things into a competitive framework, right? This is why we will basically use part of the funds for this regional competition, because the point is, it's not here only to focus on the industrial level and say, you company have to decrease your emissions by this or that measure, because it's important that we reach our climate targets. Of course, it's important, but I think, and we think, this is more, particularly, this is basically a regional mission. It's not only that there is companies and they should be in some way penalized and forced to decrease their emissions, but it should be a regional task. And there should be also the questions asked, how can we be creative on the regional level also to mitigate a certain socio-economic transformation costs? Because the 100 billion laid on in the Just Transition Fund, they will definitely not be enough if taking into account that the Green New Deal has actually a policy perspective until 2050, right? At least. So this is why we want to introduce this competitive aspect. So we will also have, let's say, a regional aspect of competition for creativity, for embracement of technologies, also technologies basically defined as ways of reorganizing our regional ecosystems in the, let's say, framework of businesses, society, and the local or regional governments. So this is one aspect. And now we will focus on the impact of the sustainable taxation concepts. And I will basically lay down why we believe that this concept is actually a good deal, all things considered. So it actually creates the incentive for a thorough and efficient yet innovative friendly green transformation, because sustainable taxation, as Jacob has laid out, leads to a non-arbitrary technology open incentive to curb emissions, right? So in the end, what it will do, it will actually facilitate climate change action due to those simple calculations, right? Because why should I actually emit a coal if it's simply not in any way lucrative for me, right? Then I will switch. Why should a company or even a producer rely on fossil fuels which create or which generate losses? Obviously, this doesn't make sense, right? And this actually sustainable taxation concept will lead to this instance. And then climate change action, at the same time, we have a strong incentive to innovate and not lobby for inclusion in subsidy schemes, right? This should here be highlighted. So in the end, because of that, we will have an increase in European competitiveness in the green industrial revolution. What should be highlighted, the green industrial revolution is not something, of course, limited to the EU, but basically spanning throughout the whole continent, the whole world, right? This is why competitiveness here, and I will come to talk about this in a second, is crucial also for our strategic autonomy, something very, very openly and very highly highlighted by many policymakers in the European Union. However, also, and what it leads to, as I've basically laid out before, to the inclusion of regions, right? And then we will have basically two mechanisms. We'll have the one mechanism which will directly act as an incentive for those companies to become innovative, to find new technologies, to embrace new technologies, especially those that are already available. At the same time, however, we also facilitate the regional innovation friendliness or the creativity to find such solutions, which we think is very important. It's a very nice interplay with two aspects coming together and basically facilitating this societal transformation, right? It's not just a business transformation. It's basically a societal transformation that changes the way we basically live in societies, the way we operate in the political economy world and societal sphere. And I already talked about it, we will have a strong effect on the EU's strategic autonomy. Because on the one hand, sustainable taxation, as I have laid down, is the competitiveness, and it strengthens the EU's main asset, international relations. That it's its economic power, its economic weight, right? We talked already quite a few times today about it, that this is basically its main asset. The EU is not a hard power, but it's a soft power. It's a tremendous soft power. And basically the question of how the EU looks like in the future, because as I've said, and laid down, the Green New Deal is basically a policy concept until 2050, and the position we'll have in 2050 is also dependent basically on how our main asset, that is our economic power, will develop until then. This is why we propose actually to have a proper framework that takes into account both aspects, green transformation, but also a transformation or a green transformation that brings about the EU as the leader of this transformation. At the same time, sustainable taxation, this is an important aspect, which I would like to highlight in the next slide, can easily be extended to be incorporated in what we call a transatlantic green economic space, right? It could basically be the fundament of a green TTIP. I know there will be probably many questions, and as I have said, those are basically policy proposals, policy thoughts. It's food for thought, which we like to bring to the table. But I think it's worth talking about those issues, particularly with a president in the White House who is very eager to cooperate with Europe on the one hand, but also, and this should be highlighted here, to be also a front runner in terms of green technologies. This creates, again, the synergy effects, which could work very, very effectively. And this, in effect, will strengthen the rule-setting power of the Western world, right? Because also we have the rise of alternative power poles, of whom we have autocratic power poles, like China, the rising autocratic superpower. And this is also the question of how we will be able to act as the West, as the democracy-based rule, a multilateral-based power, actually to enact and strengthen those global rules, right? And this here shows that it is crucially interacted. On the one hand, we need competitiveness, but also we need to work with our American friends to build a transatlantic relationship that will have enough weight to be a counterweight to autocratic superpowers or rising superpowers. And that's why you think sustainable taxation is a common denominator for your transatlantic green economic space. Maybe you remember I had this slide where I've had basically this green ring, right? This border adjustment mechanism, this level playing field going around the EU, but it could easily be also extended to the United States, where we could have a transatlantic green economic space. We would have basically in the end a common external tariff, at least in the field of this border adjustment mechanism, where tariffs, where basically products coming from outside either the EU or the US would be basically taxed de facto the same way. So we would basically create a huge incentive for those other regions basically also to in some way, or we would export this incentive to also innovate simply due to the sheer size of the US and the EU taken together. And this is particularly important by taking into account other regions. And basically, in our paper, we talk extensively about the case study of Africa. Unfortunately, we won't have enough time to actually talk in broader detail about it. However, today, and this is not only our opinion, but this is the opinion of many experts, Africa is at the crossroads, right? The development path that the continent will actually take in the future, and particularly now, it is between now the way that it will develop in the future, it is highly important that the Western society and community is active in actually shaping those changes, because, as I've mentioned, we have strong counter powers, right? That actually, and we lay down this whole mechanism in our paper, that might lead to the, as we call it, mechanism of autocratic stabilization. We have an autocratic power like China that doesn't ask too many questions about human rights, right, about democracy. They don't ask those questions because they're focused on their own interests. And that's why we argue that the seemingly lucrative offer made from China is short-sighted. It's lucrative in the short term, but it's not lucrative in the long term, particularly in the development of democracy and of a green, good transition in Africa that basically serves the people there. That's why we believe, we as the EU, and we will basically, in the ideal case, try to enlarge and basically extend this concept also to the US, to have a strong transatlantic community that works for the sake of Africa and of African green and democratic transformation. We would use a substantial part of the income from the border adjustment mechanism and from our carbon tax actually to promote a green and democratic development in Africa, because only such a development is a really sustainable development that will basically lead to the effectual use of potential that this enormous and highly quickly growing continent has. And this is why we believe that all those different puzzle pieces taken and basically laid out in our proposal will, they're somehow interconnected, somehow facilitate and enforce each other. And that's why we believe such a course of action would actually be a very, very productive course of action, not only for us, but also particularly for the global just transition. Because obviously we have a special responsibility as Europeans, as Americans, and we believe that acting in this way, this actually might become a great way to use our potential and to materialize in our potential and to materialize and give an incentive for the materialization of the potential of the continent of the future, that is Africa. So we thank you very much for your attention, and we're looking very much forward to the discussion and your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael and Jacob, for your presentation. I just have quick thoughts. I think we're running out of time, but I'm just going to quickly, make a few comments. When we looked at the first slide, the impression that I got is that there's going to be some collection on account of a green carbon tax, so to finance the Green Deal. But let's say there is, the carbon consumption goes down. Then do you think that you still project to collect as much tax to finance the Green New Deal? The other thing is about subsidies, and absolutely in agreement whether subsidies work or they do not. In my opinion, they don't really work well because they're not very accurately targeted. But what about tax incentives? Because tax expenditures are another way of targeting activities. And have you, in your sort of framework, thought about that? The last thing that I sort of think about is that, the paper talks about competition more and cooperation less, at least the sense that I'm getting. And, there are different pathways that different countries are now thinking of availing to make that green transition. So to say that, the costs are going to be decided in the proverbial north and the south will have to then adjust to that, in my sense, may be construed as less of a just transition. But I'll just sort of leave it at that provocative thought. There are a couple of questions in the chat. There's one which asks you about the effects it will have on the deprived regions of Europe, which is Western Balkan, for example. And then there's another one which says that one of the main reasons why subsidies are often put in place when it comes to renewables is that very high early stage investments are required before a market can be established to reward them. Without subsidies, it would be almost impossible for producers to enter into business. How would your proposal tackle the issue? So I'd leave it to you, and then we probably continue. Yeah.
All right, so I'll take two questions that you mentioned. So the first one about tax credits, I like that one because that's a very important issue. And no, we do not want tax credits because tax credits are basically reverse subsidies. The main reason why we advocate against subsidies in the case of supporting technological innovation is that subsidies are so arbitrary, right? A subsidy stipulates that you need to choose who are you going to support, right? And tax credit is basically the same thing. You just don't give money, you just make companies pay less money. But the effect is basically the same. Probably it's better in case of, that you don't have to hand money directly, but it's the same process. We don't want that. We want to create market conditions that lead to selecting the winners and losers. And the other questions by Paolo, I really like that one as well. So Paolo asks that, hey, why don't we use subsidies when, you know, we need subsidies for renewables, because very often at early stage investment, there is a lot of money that needs to be put into these initiatives. Okay, so you also need to have a lot of money in order to build a refinery at the initial stage of investment, right? However, you're gonna do it because you know that a refinery is gonna make you money, okay? So the thing that we are proposing here is that, hey, why don't we put a carbon tax that is also going to ensure that when you build, I don't know, let's say a solar like energy plant, right? It's also going to be competitive on the, you know, cost and benefit side, to the extent that it's also going to make you money. So in this way, we are leveling the playing field. Paolo's got a follow-up question. Please go ahead.
Yes, if I may, I see a key difference actually between entering into business with renewables and in establishing a refinery, which is we already have a perfectly established industry when it comes to fossil fuels. So there are companies which are already active in the oil business, which can afford entering into the massive investments which are required before a refinery can be set up. But those very same companies which have an oligopoly in the energy market do not clearly have any interest in promoting by themselves green transition, say for the greenwashing issue, which to me is a very concerning one. So if we are to actually achieve the transition, I think we have to look outside the, you know, the circle of the established markets in energy, and this is to me the reason why I think subsidies are unavoidable, because we have to let new companies enter into the market. But as a matter of fact, as to what I know, I have been studying some subsidies which have been put in place in Canada, which have also been challenged in the WTO. So that is the case which comes to my mind and my primary source of knowledge. Without subsidies, in that case, it wouldn't have been possible for those producers which are outside the market to actually be competitive against fossil producers. So isn't this a difference which actually curtails the argument that investments are needed in the fossil industry as well?
So I think personally, I think that the notion that, you know, in the energy transition, we also need to give opportunities to small companies. Okay, like I think that's gullible, because the thing is that the scale of this change is such that I really think it's going to be the largest players, such as oil companies, that are going to be the key drivers of this change. Because let's face the reality, only they have the financial firepower as well as the technological resources, the human resources to really make the change. And such as the nature of the energy industry in general, right? It's not really the type of economic sector in which we have many small producers. And of course, we might speculate that this would change by supporting particular technologies. Okay, for example, maybe we might live in a world 10, 20 years from now where the solar technology will be so advanced that people, we will be able to produce our own energy in our backyard. However, this is pure speculation. And how do we really, given the amount of money which is involved in the European Green Deal, how do we choose the best technologies, right? It's a totally arbitrary process. So the question is, do we just do that, right? And make these things on purely speculative premises, or rather just try to leave it up to the forces of the market and let the market forces, as it has happened in history, choose the winners and losers of this energy game.
So if there are any further comments to make, please do before I sort of wrap up the session with one last question to all the panelists. So any other comments? Perhaps, okay. Professor's made a question, and I think worth asking, and I would like to hear his comments as well on closing. But there are two questions that were asked. One was directly to all the participants, which is about EU having received a global opposition when pushing forward the aviation tax, and it sort of moved to multilateral setting of ICAO in the end. And so the participant would like to ask, what is or are new in the EU's current toolbox to push forward a carbon tax or any other unilateral climate efforts? And compared to 2012, when EU intended to include aviation in its ETS system. And of course, Professor Pietro's question on will green taxes be stable on the way to full decarbonization, or they have to be adjusted in short intervals similar to ETS when EU is decarbonized, and then we do not have income from carbon taxes, which is exactly sort of what I was trying to ask. Whether, if we're going to pan out the consumption, then of course the collection goes down. But how about, Jake, you sort of respond to that? And then I'd like to hear, closing remarks from Professor Petrus and the others in the order in which they spoke. Thank you.
Sure. So thank you for that question, Professor. If I understand it correctly, personally, I think that it makes most economic sense to introduce the carbon tax gradually. Of course, it would be best to level the playing field as soon as possible. However, I think that the socio-economic consequences of that would be just too aggravating for the population. So I think yes, it should be introduced gradually and should be monitored as we do that and adjust it according to the needs. However, it's very important to create a mechanism which is going to be predictable. Because after all, let's remember that it is still the business which is the foundation of the economic machine that also undergirds our European economy, not just taxpayers' money.
Professor Petrus, would you like to go ahead and make your concluding comments in the session?
Yes, thank you very much. Just to make sure that the last question is properly understood. ETS has been a bit criticized by colleagues that is changing very rapidly. But I think we don't know exactly how the progress of technology is happening and what would be the level of a charge for carbon, which would be much more adapted to the decarbonization effort. For example, if the progress is very quick of other technologies, it might be not necessary to have a high charge. Whereas taxes, de facto, it's very difficult to introduce. I have heard two colleagues who are so enthusiastic about taxation, but when I have to pay taxes, I hear everyone being against it. So, one has to also see that it's a cumbersome process, which is very difficult to change. And secondly, companies are very often adapting to the tax. So when tax is once in place, they continue to pay and they continue to produce. In a moment of the crisis, petrol crisis in beginning of 70s, you had a price of gallon of petrol in US close to $15 per gallon. And people were paying and they were using cars because if you know how it works, you can adjust to the needs. So in a sense, cap system of ETS, it means that the cap of emitted CO2 will be always lower. But if I could make two small comments on after the discussion, I think I'm with age, I'm more humbled with evidence. And you have to be very careful to your statement because we've got precasted views of things. For example, in many developing countries, we have industries which are much more efficient because they are modern. Whereas in developed countries, we very often have got companies that were established ages ago, and they still use a technology which is not so modern. I was looking into India, for example, and in steel production, in many of the companies are much more efficient than European ones. And that's one of the, for example, elements. And one should be careful with the statement. Second, I think we've got a risk which is very serious, that there might be some stranded assets in developed countries, companies that are obsolete in a green point of view, and the equipment will be sold. Once it's being sold, it will be used. And then is a question how to prevent this recirculation of wrong assets. And thirdly, I think on transport emission, it's a part of a scope-free emissions. So it could be included into emission calculation, but it has to be based on facts. You cannot have, and also if you've got WTO rules, they say about national treatment and non-discrimination. If you charge local or national operators with the charge, you could also have it internationally. And here I would say something that I didn't really agree about a rule-based system. I mean, obviously we could observe that some countries somewhere do not obey rules, but I think we should hope that the rule-based systems will be maintained. We have all been threatened by destruction to this rule-based system by Americans who are now happy with current president, but we cannot base our hopes on a current president. It's 5 years and we don't know what will happen after. And finally, the Paris Agreement will require cooperation between all countries globally. And therefore, we will have rules that have to be observed. If we will say rules of some organizations are not really something that would that is not fitting to our purpose, then others could say we are not really happy with rules of the Paris Agreement. So we should be fighting very strongly for maintaining a rule-based system everywhere, including climate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think fantastic points made there. Kevin, would you like to make your closing remarks and then thank you?
Yes, I'd just like to thank everyone for coming to this panel, and it was really nice learning from all of you. And I hope to see you at the next panel to hear the other speakers this afternoon. Thank you.
And Chris, would you like to make your closing remark? Probably the comment in the chat box.
Sorry, that's for me. Sorry, I couldn't hear. Same. Thank you everyone for listening to the idea. I hope it wasn't too radical. I hope still feasible. And yeah, I really appreciated being here. Really appreciated listening to all of you. Looking forward to the afternoon.
Thank you so much. And with that, we conclude this session. And it was wonderful hearing different points of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the moderation of the session. Thank you, panelists, for presenting your presentations. And we will be back to the third panel at 2 as it's scheduled.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch break. My name is Katarzyna Schwarz. Until recently, I was a policy fellow in sustainable finance and just transition at the London School of Economics, and I had the pleasure to co-chair this conference's committee. We are going to start the third panel now, the EU and climate diplomacy. We're going to have 5 speakers, Mr. Max Munchermeier, Ms. Ina Mishkulin, Francesco Spera and Francesca Liucci, as well as Ronan McLaughlin. This panel will be chaired by Nicholas Gate, student at the College of Europe. Nicholas, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Katarzyna. So yes, I'm Nicholas Gates, member of the Energy and Climate Government Nest. So let's start ahead with our panel, which will be about the EU and climate diplomacy. So this morning we talked about the inside-out approach to the just transition. We talked about the economics and putting a price on carbon. Let's turn to the diplomacy and foreign policy side of the issue. And we have here an eclectic panel and a broad range of topics. Each speaker will be expected to speak for 10 minutes, and we'll have a Q&A session as well. So our first speaker is Max Munchermeier, sorry. He is a PhD researcher at the Department of Law in the European University Institute in Florence, a sister institution of the College of Europe. The title of the paper which he submitted is The Energy Union, a Solid Foundation for the European Green Deal. Are you with us, Max?
Thank you very much. Let me just try to share my screen. See here. You should hopefully be able to see.
Yes, we do.
That. Wonderful. Excellent. Well, let me just time myself. And well, good afternoon from Florence, and thank you very much indeed for giving me the chance to present my paper here today, which is an admittedly quite doctrinal, but I hope still useful look at the internal governance challenges of the European Green Deal and their implications for the EU's ability to project global climate leadership. And what I want to do in this very brief overview of the paper is to first briefly explain the understanding of EU climate leadership that I use in the paper, before then moving on to look at how the EU internal basis of what is termed exemplary leadership has changed over time, and most recently has changed from the Energy Union to the European Green Deal as the chief vehicle to back up credible European global leadership on climate change, before then examining the interrelationship between the core governance instruments of those policy constructs, which are the regulation on the governance of the Energy Union and the European climate law that has just emerged from trilogues in April. And before closing, I hope to outline some key areas that might determine whether or not those two pieces of legislation will work in concert, or whether there might be some difficulties which could threaten to jeopardize EU global climate leadership. Starting, however, with that first, with the concept of EU global climate leadership, I think it's fair to say that the European Green Deal is certainly the most recent, but I think probably also the most visible signal by the European Union lately that it aspires to be a leader in the global fight against climate change. Certainly the highly visible targets, such as the 55% decarbonization target by 2030 and the mid-century target of becoming the first climate neutral continent are extremely important. But as I say, it's by no means the first attempt by the Union to project such leadership, and there's quite a vast body of literature taxonomizing what type of leadership the European Union has exhibited at different conferences of the parties over the years, in fact going back to the very foundation of the UNFCCC. In my paper, I here follow a sort of a simplification, a synthesis of those leadership taxonomies, quite recently proposed by Auberture and Dupont in quite an interesting paper, who distinguished between only two types of leadership exhibited by the European Union. That is diplomatic leadership, briefly defined as the EU trying to coax other countries into being climate friendly, and exemplary leadership, which is much more closely tied to internal follow-through, to setting targets, to having a framework to credibly back up that claim to leadership. And I've put here a little quote from the European Green Deal communication itself, which says that by setting a credible example, the EU can in fact be an effective advocate for decarbonization, for realizing the aims of the Green Deal beyond its borders. So it is that exemplary leadership dimension that I look more closely at in the paper. And I start by arguing that the basis in policy of that exemplary leadership has changed recently with the changeover in the Commission presidency, indeed, because during the term of the Juncker Commission, the Energy Union was the framework that was going to deliver on the European Union's climate leadership aspirations, whereas now, since the von der Leyen Commission has taken over, it is very much the European Green Deal that will do that job. And it's quite nicely encapsulated, I think, in the quotes I pull here from periodic State of the Energy Union reports, the last one under the Juncker Commission, saying that the Energy Union has allowed the EU to speak with one voice on the international stage and enabled the EU to exercise effective climate leadership, while just last year, the fifth State of the Energy Union, 1 year afterwards, the Energy Union is referred to as a solid foundation, an essential pillar, a supporting actor, but not really anymore the chief instrument to realize that that climate leadership ambition. And to dig deeper into how this changeover between those key policy vehicles will operate in law, I thought I might compare how the chief governance instruments in law of those interrelate. So that is for the Energy Union, the regulation on the governance of the Energy Union, which for the first time introduced an integrated planning, reporting and monitoring mechanism for national energy and climate policies, member states having to submit national energy and climate plans to the Commission and having to update them periodically on them. And for the European Green Deal, this is the European Climate Law, which anchors leadership credibility in law, certainly the 55% target by 2030, as well as the mid-century decarbonization target. But the relationship between those governance instruments remains in policy documents, as well as in some of the scholarship, a little unclear, which is why I thought it might be interesting to dig down a little deeper in that. And what I found just looking at the way those pieces of legislation operate is that rather than being a continuation or a replacement for the governance regulation, the European climate law, and I'm working here with the compromise text, since of course that piece of legislation has not passed quite passed through Parliament yet, is that these two pieces are quite similar. They're deeply intertwined and interdependent. To pick just a few aspects, both take quite a similar approach to enforcement. That is binding European targets. I put binding here in quotation marks because the actual legal enforcement mechanism is questionable, backed up by Commission recommendations that are non-binding. The climate law, secondly, remains heavily reliant on data submitted by member states, particularly as part of their biennial progress reports that they must submit under the governance regulation. But it adds an additional layer to this, again building on the reporting mechanism of the governance regulation, though, by requiring 5 yearly assessments of whether member state actions are in fact compliant with the mid-century carbon neutrality target. But in total, those two pieces of legislation remain completely heavily dependent and interrelated, and in fact operating in parallel rather than one being the replacement of the other. From that then, in the latter parts of the paper, I try to draw out some areas where there might be difficulties in their relationship that might in fact be determinants for the European Union's continued ability to project climate leadership. And I term that here, I term those areas targets, trilemma, and treaties. By targets, I mean that member states will actually still need to voluntarily raise their targets to become in line with pan-European targets, so that the climate law and the amendments it proposes to the governance regulation will in fact be a stress test of the energy union governance and tie the success of the energy union very much to that of the Green Deal. By trilemma, I'm referring to the sort of a more conceptual level, that the energy union is not primarily set up to be a decarbonization only instrument, but is rather set up to moderate between that classic energy trilemma of sustainability, security, and competitiveness of energy, on which now is grafted an instrument such as the climate law, very much prioritizing decarbonization. And I think it'd be interesting to watch whether in this or in subsequent amendments to the governance regulation, that slight, I don't want to call it a mismatch, but a slightly different aims might cause sort of friction between the two governance mechanisms. And the final one I mentioned in the paper is a current legal development. We're expecting a ruling from the Court of Justice in July, in which it will pronounce on whether energy solidarity under the Treaty of the Functioning of the European Union will be an enforceable concept of European Union law that might change the dynamics of the energy union, because indeed the implications are quite unclear. Could the Commission mobilize this duty of solidarity with pan-European targets to sort of coerce member states to bring their policies in line with Green Deal objectives, or could in fact member states that might be more reluctant to adopt ambitious climate targets use the solidarity, use this legally binding solidarity provision to exonerate themselves from precisely that sort of obligation. So that will be something important to watch, and will certainly influence the European Union's credibility underpinning its exemplary climate leadership. But I see that my time is over, and I thank you so much for your attention, and look forward to my colleagues' presentation, look forward to the Q&A, and look, of course, forward to colleagues getting in touch as well. There's my contact details here on the slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Max. It was really interesting. I'd like to ask if there's immediate questions right now after your presentation. If not, we will keep time for the Q&A in the end. I'll just give it a few seconds. All right, maybe I can ask you then to bring the conversation to the outside perspective and talking about external action and how the energy union relates to probably energy security for the EU and the EU's neighborhood and so on. So how do you think the energy union will adapt the goals of the green transition to energy security, for instance?
That's a very good question. I think one very much open for debate at the moment, because the energy union, in fact, set out, I think, to be a mechanism that can moderate between the dimensions of the energy trilemma. But looking at how energy solidarity will develop will certainly be a determinant of whether there will be capacity at union level, I think, to have external energy policy, looking in particular, I think, at gas imports, have that be influenced by, say, decarbonization concerns. So in that sense, I think the energy union has not sort of fully come to fruition in moderating between the dimensions of the energy trilemma. But I think that's a development we can certainly look forward to, and it will be important to see how future gas import disputes are handled.
Great, yeah, interesting. Let's move on to the next panel speaker, Anna Michelin from, so she's based at the Trinity College in Dublin, but also in Leuven in Belgium. But she's also a counselor at the permanent representation of Croatia to the EU for shipping, maritime affairs and aviation. And the paper she submitted is called "The European Union as an Effective Actor in Climate Change Negotiations in the International Maritime Organization." Ina, are you with us? And you have the floor for 10 minutes now.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
And I hope that I will be able to share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes, very well.
You can see it, yes?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, okay. Okay, very good. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much to all the speakers that spoke before me, and especially I'm very happy that Max had this very interesting presentation before mine, because I think that he quite contextualized a bit what I'm going to talk about as well. So made his distinction between the diplomacy, exemplary diplomacy, and also made a link between the internal policy and the effect on maybe external EU diplomacy and climate change. So first of all, the relevance of the research, why I chose this question. So first, my research seeks to answer whether the EU is an effective actor in the International Maritime Organization in the area of climate change negotiations, and find the impact of the internal policies and the external context of the EU power to shape global politics. Why did I choose the IMO and climate change and shipping as a topic? So first, as we know, and as Max rightly pointed out, the issue of climate change is high on the political agenda of the European Union. And now, since the European Green Deal, it is even more. And the ramping up of EU climate diplomacy has been declared as the EU priority on many occasions. So we have some of the last Council conclusions on climate diplomacy. We have European Council conclusions, and of course the communication on the European Green Deal. Then specifically talking about shipping and its importance in the overall climate change governance. So the International Maritime Organization is an important element of climate change governance. As we know, shipping is the basis of global trade and economy. It transports 90% of global trade, which tell us also that it's a sector that is not going anywhere, or rather it's just growing as the global trade is growing. Then we have the global share of greenhouse gas emissions that are now around 2.1%, and they're projected to increase. And also lastly, but quite an important factor, is that Paris Agreement does not cover shipping per se, so it's not mentioned as such. And the Kyoto Protocol mandated the IMO to deal with climate change mitigation. So basically in that regard, it is quite evident that the European Union's actions in the IMO are quite relevant in the overall government context. Also in that regard, I've noticed that there is a gap in literature, because we have a lot of, academia has been talking about EU effectiveness in many different arenas. So from, in climate change is UNFCCC, but then we have also UN Security Council. So it's a vast field and quite well covered. But in this specific arena, maybe niche field where the climate change and shipping collide, there is a gap that I had ambition to fill. How I wanted to, how I tackled the concept of effectiveness in my paper. So first, just to briefly mention, effectiveness is defined as the EU's ability to reach its objectives by influencing other actors. And then from the literature, I devised a 3-step approach. So first, I analyzed goal attainment of the European Union in the Marine Environment Protection Committee discussions. Goal attainment is also could be seen as the level in which the European Union goals are reflected in the final decisions of the Committee of the International Negotiations. Then the second step is the quality of EU policy objectives, and I think in that regard it's quite interesting everything we've heard this morning about more internal European Union's policies and how they can form and shape external actions and maybe make EU's arguments more convincing in that way. And then step 3, external dimension and the EU negotiating position. And here I talk, or I discussed and I researched more of various different actors and also context in which the negotiations took place. So for instance, for MEPC 75 that took place just last year was quite relevant, this COVID situation that also might have, indeed, I find that it did impact the dynamics of the negotiations. Basically, I'm focusing on 2 competing yet similar cases, MEPC 72, when the initial strategy for greenhouse gas emissions was adopted, and MEPC 75, when the EU was set to achieve agreement on implementation of short-term measures for these goals of the initial strategy to be achieved. So let's go to more concretely on the step 1. So goal attainment. What I found that the goal attainment in MEPC 72, when the initial strategy was adopted, was high, while for MEPC 75 it was quite decreased. As indeed it was in the end the outcome was much weaker than expected, and what was agreed, it was a framework for future enforcement of short-term measures, but not enforcement as such. Also in what was quite interesting for me, it was that it became evident that it's not only the short-term perspective that should be looked at, but whether we take a short-term or long-term perspective in mind, it quite changes the outcome. So maybe we could see that MEPC 72 was quite successful, but then if we go years and years back of efforts to achieve something, maybe it was an outcome of many years of efforts on the European side in that fora. So it is also an element that was quite important in that regard, or important to take into account when saying that effectiveness, that the goal attainment level is low or high. And then last but not the least, I think also it fits with what Max has said. It's with the Green Deal, the level of ambition, of climate ambition has increased quite a lot. And then also if the EU approaches the negotiations with quite a reformist position, it is more likely that the goal attainment will be lower, because basically the gap between the expectations and the achievement will be higher. So basically that's what I found with regards to the step 1. Going on the step 2, the quality of the EU policy objectives. First, from the outset, I have to say that it was quite a substantial research that was behind that one, because as we know and as we could hear throughout the day today, the EU policy objectives are so vast. And when we talk about climate change, there is trade, there is a carbon border adjustment mechanism, we have ETS, we have alternative fuels, we have infrastructure, we have so many different things. Also the strategic autonomy, there are so many different policies that interlinked into one, but that's why also it makes it quite an interesting exercise. But so basically, what is important to know about the EU internal policy objective is that the negotiation position of the EU in the International Maritime Organization, but also I would dare to say in general in climate negotiation, is defined through EU's significant regulatory power. So regulatory power Europe in a way. And also it's not only the policies that are currently in place, but also the policies that are projected to be in place. So for instance, the EU has been playing for a long time with so-called threat of ETS shipping, so as to encourage international community to take maybe more ambitious climate measures. So, and with the Green Deal, of course, this regulatory power is set to increase if the measures that are prognosed or that are expected to be proposed by the Commission or put in place are indeed put in place. So also another important thing that is quite major pillar for the shipping sector is the competitiveness of the sector. That is a global sector, and as I said in the beginning, 90% of international trade goes by shipping. So it's obviously a global sector, and the competitiveness plays a huge role. So every European Union policy, internal policy, is has an impact on the EU competitiveness of the EU shipping industry, and that is also something that is influencing the ambition and the course of the internal policies in this shipping and climate change intersection. And yes, so lastly, it's something I already said, that EU climate change ambitions have increased ahead of MEPC 75 with the new Commission, with the European Green Deal. With regards to the step 3, the EU's negotiating position. So here I looked at the external factor pertinent for determining EU's relative negotiating position in both of the MEPC negotiating rounds. And I found many interesting things, and I'm sure that I haven't found all of them because it's really it's such a dynamic field. So first, of course, that many external factors are quite important to use negotiating position, which also makes the step 2, so internal policy, important, but is kind of unfortunate because external constellation of interest is quite relevant in that regard. So in that, what I would mention maybe in relation to MEPC 75, we had COVID-19 considerations, and I would divide them into 2 different type of considerations, technical and political. So technical or practical. So basically we had this negotiation that took place online. So it's also, it is presumed that it's much more difficult to convince and to have your voice heard and your message, have your message across in this kind of virtual setting, especially if you're starting with a reformist position, meaning that you need to put a significant effort into convincing other states, other partners in the arena. And then second, political considerations. And here I would say that due to the global pandemics, climate change consideration and climate change political priority of climate change mitigation has taken a second place in the global priorities list of priorities. We had COP that was postponed, and the context was kind of different than it was in the MEPC 72 that was maybe also flying on the wings of successful Paris Agreement negotiations. So this is, I think, quite an important external factor that happened and that is different in both of the cases. And then also I was looking at the market power of the European Union, but also of the other actors through the size of the fleet, and the proportion of participation in the international trade. And here it is quite evident who are the major actors in the global sphere, because the size of the fleet speaks for itself. Then I didn't want to omit also the element of the internal coordination process, and how does the EU approach the IMO negotiations, MEPC negotiations. But I didn't dwell much on that particular element. But however, what is important here that the EU has its international coordination process that is aimed at member states speaking with one voice, setting a single message across with many through many mouths in the case of the IMO. And also I looked at the EU alliance and coalition building engagement in the IMO. And here it was important to know that SIDs that are quite and LCDs that are quite environmentally ambitious also have this kind of coalition building story with the European Union, and they are kind of the sides that are pushing for more ambitious goals. Well, with regards to the conclusions, I found different things with regards to the practical things, to the effectiveness of the EU in the both occasions, but also some of the interesting facts with regards to the concept and the operationalization of the concept itself. So what I found is that MEPC 75 negotiations were more technical in nature, because in the MEPC 72 we had this negotiation talking about what is going to be the level of ambition for GHG reduction from ships. So it's kind of a political point, political topic that is quite easy to understand. Let's say that way. But in MEPC 75, as we were talking about short-term measures that are very technical in nature, be the speed of the ship, the technical specifications of ship, it is kind of an added difficulty in goal attainment. Then something I already said today, climate ambition was raised ahead of MEPC 75, making the gap between the European Green Deal, climate law, internal ambitions, and the final outcome quite big. Also, another thing that I think I reflected on already, it is important to keep in mind the long-term plans when evaluating EU effectiveness in the IMO, because if not, there is a risk of omitting an important contextual framework. So basically, even if MEPC 75 might have not achieved what EU wished for, it doesn't mean that there is not a long-term plan in which the final goal will be achieved, just with a little step and setting the scene for the deal that is there to come. So probably in that regard, in 5 to 10 years, we will be smarter and we will know better what actually happened and whether the EU was indeed efficient or effective or not effective in putting its feet in the whole IMO process. Then also, what's something I already heard from me, COVID brought about the changes in both technical and political way, and also finally the unwillingness of important global actors such as US and China to push for more stringent, or to push for implementation of the initial strategy in the MEPC 75 negotiation was a major stumbling block that could be overcome in the future. And that links to my final slide, which is policy recommendations. And here I proposed, and it's also something that we heard today, and I think also in the introductory speech of the rector, she said, she emphasized the importance of horizontal cross-sectoral approach to the climate change issues. There are so many, there are so various, and if the EU should be an effective external actor in that arena, it is also important to have a very cross-sectoral approach with regards to climate change negotiations, whether shipping, whether the UNFCCC, and so on. And then also something, it's the current global political context, and possibly it will be possible and of course crucial to form alliances with the major international players such as US ahead of COP26, and hopefully this run-up to COP26 will also bring a bit of a momentum into really making big and brave moves towards different and various climate change agreements or implementation of those agreements. Then also EU market power, so EU internal policy is a major bargaining chip. It's a major source of strength for the EU, and it should be enhanced in the coming period through financial mechanisms that we have in place, and aimed at revamping the industry, at achieving green recovery, green and digital recovery. And in that regard, also this morning, we heard many interesting possibilities of taxation, of different various policies that have been mentioned that I think were quite interesting to hear. Finally, yes. So also there are some word of caution with treading carefully with some of the mechanisms that could or that have a possibility of harming EU competitiveness. So it is true that EU ETS and uptake of the alternative fuels in the shipping sector, it is an important policy. It could be an important policy mechanism, but however, there is a certain risk linked to that. And in the same vein, we have carbon border adjustment mechanism that goes hand in hand with the ETS and can be a very relevant instrument aiming at a level playing field of the EU shipping industry. But however, there is also risk linked to that, and we heard Professor Pietras this morning also talking about that. And yes, and I think it was quite a clear and interesting presentation. So it's no need for me to dwell more on that. So I hope that that was interesting for you, and thank you very much for your attention and all your questions. I will be very happy to take and try to answer.
It definitely was interesting. Thank you so much, Ina. It was very instructive and enlightening. And thank you also for tying it back to Mac's presentation. That was really great. Unfortunately, if we want to give the same amount of time to everyone, we'll have to keep the questions for the Q&A in the end and move to our next speakers now, because we'll have two people presenting the next paper, which is called Soft to be Strong, the Use of Bilateral Soft Law in the EU Environmental External Action. So here on the panel we have Francesco Spera, who is a research assistant in European law, and Francesca Leuci, who is a PhD candidate in law and economics. So try to stick to about 10 minutes if you can. You may have the floor now.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to the panelists, and really great presentation, Ina and Max. Very interesting, actually. I would say it's very interconnected to what we are, me and Francesca, about to present, and it's not a coincidence, or anyway, that me and Francesca, we have the same name, and we present the same stuff. So anyway, we are going to present this paper called Soft to be Strong, and we are going to talk about EU external soft law and the climate action. So I will share the presentation now. We'll start. Can you see it?
Yes, yeah? Yes, it's perfect. Yes.
Should I move the? No, is it fine? Yeah. Right. So a bit of the content. So the background of this research and why is it relevant is that we have been observing that about the plethora of the instrument that the EU is using in its external environmental action. The EU is also implementing soft laws. And we found it interesting for the panelists and for the day and the conference because it's still an explored topic, and they present several challenges from different perspectives. Me and Francesca, we work together because we try to give two perspectives, the legal one and the economic one. We will have the definition of soft law and then the rationale to use it, so advantages and disadvantages, and then the research question on the paper and the research focus. And then among all these instruments, we will try to shed some light on them, trying to presenting a case study. The case study is let's say recent 2016, we can say recent joint declaration by India and the EU. And then, we'll show how the EU is acting in this regard. And so the background, as I said in the beginning, is that the EU makes use of a variety of legal instruments conducting its external relation with the third countries' international organization. And as you may say, like they have different names, they bear different labels, so there is not really a systemic labeling of them. And among them, we have classified and used the term soft law to several instruments, which are not only the soft law that we found in the Treaty of European Union, as listed in the instrument specified and coded by the EU, but there are also other type of instrument that generally the doctrine in EU external relations classifies as soft law. And we've been observing that there will be an increasing, and has been an increasing of the use of this instrument in environmental matter for a number of reasons that we will present. But first of all, we need to define them. And well, I put in this way and in the paper a sort of chronological definition, because those instruments defined as soft law are all those instruments which are not binding, but which are which produce some sort of effect, and they are motivated by the international law. And first of all, they were defined by Snyder in 94, as you may say, as rule of conduct, which is in principle have no legal binding force, which nevertheless may have practical effect. Then we, the European law doctrine motivated from them, and let's say refer to this with regards with internal soft law, but we can use it as well for external soft law as the same rule of conduct laid on instruments which are not been attributed legal binding force as such, but may have indirect legal effect, or may aim to produce, and we will see how the aim and the function of this instrument is so relevant to produce a certain effect. And the most recent one, and the most known one from Terpan definition is, as you say, the first one. But we will go first, so you will understand what we're talking about. So I'm trying to define this instrument. We try to put them in this sphere of international law and European external relation law, and they bear the names of memorandum of understanding, joint declaration, joint statement, code of conduct. Those names are those that the EU doctrine specified as mostly those called EU external bilateral soft law instrument. And so it's very long, the name, but that's what it is. And the one we have focused, and the one that may pose some problem in the EU legal system are those for the third countries, like between the EU and third countries. and they are not binding because they stated they are not binding, but we will say that this is not really relevant. And in specific, the doctrine has seen that those who pose most problem are those that supplement, interpret a hard law instrument, so meaning like international laws. So we have here the advantages of soft law, and I will try to be fast with that. So those are the most theories that explains why they are used. And for instance, it's easier to understand that the employment of this soft law instrument goes with the fact that they pose less, being not binding, they are more flexible commitment for states, and we can link the more flexible commitment to loss avoidance theory, which is motivated from economic law, meaning that by negotiating them, let's say the procedure are faster, there is less commitment, so there is less to lose for states. And they are smoother because you can delegate as a state, you can delegate to an agency or another third party to delegate them. So let's say, less, you lose sovereignty, like you lose less sovereignty in motivating or bind yourself on them, and meaning also in breaching, in case of breach. As for instance, Ina and also Max somehow explained, because we are talking about this instrument from a legal point of view, but there is a lot of politics and geopolitics, I admit, behind them. They're more suitable to political sensitive matters. So where it's hard to reach an agreement, then we have seen in our empirical research that states might, or European Union, resort increasingly in those instruments. Then those are the, let's say, advantages. With regards to the disadvantages of that, then we're already talking about the legal and the economic part. From the legal part, they might, let's say, pose the problem of stepping outside the legal framework, and that happens. For instance, it's very clear and very well known in the doctrine, specialized doctrine on them in the field of migration, and you must know, or you will know, the EU-Turkey deal or statement, which was defined by most of the doctrine EU soft bilateral law agreement. So this is very, very sensitive matter in migration, and they have been employed in the European Union, this soft law instrument. And for instance, in that case, and in this case, they might pose a lot of challenges on the principle of conferral and all these EU external relation principle. And now Francesca will also present the economic disadvantages inside.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe you can go back a little to the previous slide, because I wanted to start from the advantages from an economic perspective.
Yes.
Okay, so actually, because in this slide we summarized both the legal and economic perspective concerning the advantages of using soft law agreements. And from an economic perspective, it must be first say that normally the economic analysis has not been applied to international law so often in the past. So the economic analysis of international law is a quite recent phenomenon, and it helps to see or to look at normal classical questions also from a legal perspective, but changing a bit the view. So, for example, from an economic perspective, what is quite interesting is to look at the incentive of the states when they decide to enter into agreements, and also the fact that if the states decide to enter into an agreement, normally they look at the costs and the benefits so gains and losses from these agreements. And the purpose in general of international law should be to actually, from an economic perspective, to reduce the gap between the private incentive of the states, so the fact that the states try to achieve their own interests and they leave out externalities to the other states. So what is really interesting is to understand whether we can reduce this gap between the interest of the states and the global interest. So coming to soft law instruments, what is from an economic perspective relevant is that adopting hard laws normally should be the most efficient solution for the states, because hard laws, so normal treaties and agreements, binding agreements, are actually the most successful instruments to achieve the goals of the states. So it's a bit counterintuitive. Why should the state opt for soft laws? And some scholars, especially Guzman, try to understand, or he pointed out three possible theories to justify the use of soft law. And the first one is to see the use of international law as a coordinating device, where we don't need binding agreements, because what we want to achieve is in general to solve the coordination games between the states. So from this point of view, adopting hard law or soft law is not so interesting, because in general, the level of compliance is expected to be constant over time. And this is the first theory for which it makes sense to adopt soft law instead of hard laws at the international level. The second theory that Guzman pointed out was about the loss avoidance theory. And this needs to be explained a little bit more, because always from an economic perspective, when the states decide to sign an agreement, they actually count the advantages from this agreement and the disadvantages in terms of future losses. And especially if they calculate for the possible costs of future violations. So normally they enter into agreements only where the benefits are actually higher compared to the future costs, in case the agreement will be violated. So if we opt for a soft law agreement, for sure we are actually reducing all the costs of future violations, because the agreement will not be binding. So in case there will be a violation, they will have costs to support, to bear. And so the point is, but what actually make the state, what can make the state believe that the agreement will be in any case respected by the parties? And here it's the point. So the soft law is, from an economic perspective, is efficient when the level of compliance is actually the same, even when there are, for example, there is a threat of reciprocity, and the agreement will be in any case respected by the parties, even if it's not really binding. And there is also a third theory, which is the delegation theory, according to which the agreement, soft laws actually can be more to hard laws, just because they can be more flexible to renegotiate in the future. And this depends on the uncertainties in the future. So then we come to the disadvantages that Francesco was already listing. So you can go to the next slide. And actually, I just started with the economic part, because also from an economic perspective, the agreement soft laws can be not really advantageous, in the sense that, for example, states can underestimate the expected costs of violation. And this is a first counter-argument that we can raise against the efficiency of soft laws. Then continue with the disadvantages from a legal perspective.
Yes. Yeah, they told me that we don't have a lot of time, but we will try to conclude quite fast, just by stating, at least presenting this example. So what we have tried to explain, this is the research question of our paper. So what we were trying to explain so far, and this case study, so the India-EU water partnership, it's a really good example because at some point it fell. Yeah, this is the focus. So I think it's quite clear what this instrument represents. And with regards to this joint declaration, so it's a clear example of a soft law agreement. And the problem that was in this soft law agreement, the one we try to trace, first of all, given the difficulties of repairing, also at least finding information, is that the lack of transparency. Second of all, this is what all EU doctrine talk about, that the principle of transparency is not really complied with regards to this agreement with third countries. And this joint declaration with India, which set the legal base and is actually the legal base of a great partnership with India on water, this water partnership with India, was actually based on like non-binding rules. And that the fact that this big water partnership with India was based on this soft instrument was quite concerning, at least from a legal point of view, not as Francesca tried to explain, she would say briefly on an economic point of view, but from a legal point of view, European law point of view, was quite problematic because it resembled this joint declaration as a sort of political commitment, but binding. However, was not binding on the will of the parties who concluded, but it created, since 2016, the basis for a strong commitment where EU stakeholders, member states, and other partners collaborate and cooperate to bind themselves to different kind of project. Also, EU founded in water partnership with India, where they also shared some information which in economic point of view are very relevant and which you should not share so easily. And for our, let's say, point of view, from a legal point of view, mostly the problem was that not going from the legal, let's say, the ordinary legal procedure, they didn't respect or at least comply with the rules of partnership agreement with third countries, meaning parliamentary checks. So because this instrument resembles a partnership agreement, which should be or might have been concluded under Regulation 2014 on partnership agreement. However, this was not followed. So we argue that the EU, at least from a legal perspective, is not complying, at least might not comply with the EU, let's say, legal principle. However, those instruments might be more efficient from an economic point of view to reach those goals. And Francesca, if you can conclude briefly, because we are running out of time. Thank you.
Yes, so sorry, because this double presentation can be a bit problematic, especially with Zoom. So you can go to the next slide, and I will conclude with...
Sorry, Francesca, if we want to have enough time for the last speaker, it would be preferable if we stop now, but hopefully with some questions you can bring up the last remarks that you would like to make. I hope that's okay.
Yes, I mean, maybe just the conclusions, I don't know. Francesco, can you
All right,
go to the
yes,
next
one or two concluding remarks is okay, I assume.
Okay, so actually I this is just an application of the economic theories that we saw before to the case study. And actually we concluded that considering that soft bilateral instruments are playing a growing role in the EU external relations, actually the point of our research is that from a legal point of view, for example, this joint declaration seems to be a challenge for the EU legal order. Whereas from an economic perspective, we can have many arguments to say that actually the choice of soft laws is more efficient. So what we see in the future is to explore more constitutional and legal challenges in respect to all publicly available soft law tools. And we hope to get back to you with future research conclusions. Thank you very much.
Thank you to both of you for the presentation. I think it's great that it brings further the discussion on leadership brought up by Max and on regulatory power brought up by Ina. So now let's turn to our last speaker of the conference, who is actually a colleague from Bruges, the College of Europe, the other campus there, Ronan McLaughlin. He is a student in international relations and diplomacy studies, and the paper he presents today is called Just Transition in EU External Action, Conceptualizing EU Efforts to Promote Just Transitions to a Global Low-Carbon Future. You may have the floor for 10 minutes so that we can have enough time to have a conversation all together with all panel speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very well.
Great, just 1 second, I will share my slides. Okay, everyone can see that?
Yes.
Perfect. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for giving me the floor. And thank you to the organisers of the conference for giving me the opportunity to speak today and to share the work that I've been doing on this issue. It's really been a pleasure to be part of this really interesting conference. Just very briefly, my name's Ronan. I come from Scotland, and I'm actually a very recent graduate from the College of Europe, as in a couple of days. So yeah, a pleasure to be part of this. So the paper I will present today focuses on just transition in EU external action, and seeks to conceptualise just transition as a feature of EU policy, both internally and externally. And so it kind of really seeks to answer questions such as how and why does the EU engage externally on the issue of just transition, and what kind of version of just transition is advanced when it does so. So my presentation will go forward in two parts. In the first part, I'll look at the conceptualization of just transition within EU internal policy making. So I'll very briefly discuss the history and sort of contemporary interpretations of just transition, and then I will move on to kind of attempt to place the version of the term that the EU seems to subscribe to in its policy making within that. In the second section, I'll then focus more specifically on the external angle, and I'll look at two case studies in particular. So the first of those is the fairly new EU initiative for coal regions in transition in the Western Balkans and Ukraine, and the second is the negotiation and signing of the 2018 Solidarity and Just Transition Silesia Declaration. So very generally speaking, overall through this research, I was kind of seeking to explore and illuminate a growing area of EU policy making and external action, and so to kind of provide some insights into a fairly new and developing, but I'm sure will be an increasingly important area in the future. So while I think we can say that at EU level, just transition policies are a fairly recent development. The concept itself does have a much longer history, kind of stretching back to the trade union movements in North America in particular in the 1970s. Today, however, just transition is undoubtedly a global phenomenon, kind of relevant at all levels of governance and social activism. So at the international level, we see just transition prominently on the agendas of international organizations like the International Trade Union Confederation, or in the work of UN bodies such as the UN Environment Programme. And it's also evident in a range of programmes at regional, national and subnational level. And finally, just on this, I think one important point to mention as well is that I think we see just transition as increasingly at the forefront of public consciousness. And I think that's largely due to a number of recent events and movements, such as the Gilets jaunes movement in France in particular. Despite this, however, it's evident that just transition remains a contested term. So while documents like the ILO's guidelines for a just transition are considered fairly authoritative by some, it's also the case that they are contested by numerous other academics and activists who instead, propose far more radical interpretations of the term. So, well, as we said, just transition is a fairly recent phenomenon at EU level. Transitions themselves in Europe are definitely not. And I think we can still see the legacy of tumultuous past transitions in Europe today. And one example that's particularly kind of notable for me is the legacy of the failure to plan for the transition of coal mines in the UK in the 1980s. But it's over the past 5 years that the EU's activism in this area has really developed. So in 2017, we had the emergence of the Initiative for Coal Regions in Transition, which was an early kind of example of a specific policy instrument for this issue. But from 2019, with the new European Commission and the European Green Deal, EU policy in this area has taken kind of a major step forward. And we can see that in the Just Transition mechanism in the European Green Deal. So through analysing these policy initiatives and through undertaking numerous interviews with European Commission officials and others working in this area, I've identified kind of 4 key features which really stand out prominently in the EU's approach to just transition. So the first of those is the instrumentalisation of just transition as a mechanism to facilitate climate and environmental policies and to minimise popular resistance to the upcoming low carbon transition. So I think we could say that this is based on a recognition that while the evolution towards low carbon economies will be a positive thing for Europe as a whole, there will undoubtedly be specific constituents for whom there will be negative implications. So it's related also to the idea that many of the EU level policies are kind of exacerbating or advancing this transition and the impacts of those transitions. So it is in some ways incumbent upon the European Union to design policies to protect those groups. So the second key feature I would identify is the focus on concentrated and territorially targeted support and the prioritisation of engagement with local stakeholders. So policies such as the Just Transition Fund are very specifically targeted in a geographical sense and contain quite complex and specific provisions relating to local engagement and local kind of community input into the process. A third element that I would identify is the emphasis on retraining skills and education, as well as investments to promote economic diversification. So the European Green Deal calls for a reskilling program and jobs in new economic sectors. And I think what's especially important to mention on this point is an ambition to maintain jobs within the regions affected by the transition. And so to avoid the kinds of regional or rural depopulation that's occurred with previous transitions. And a final element, which in some ways seems quite obvious, is the focus on transition itself and planning for the transition, and avoiding the potential negative implications of failing to plan. And I think again, in this case, we can really see the impact and the kind of learning process from previous transitions. So moving on to discuss case studies in just transition in EU external action. The first example that I'm going to look at here is the Initiative for Coal Regions in Transition in the Western Balkans and Ukraine. So this was a very new initiative that was just launched last year, and it's managed by the European Commission along with a number of other international collaborating partners. One of those partners being the College of Europe in Natolin. So it mirrors and it builds on the EU's internal Coal Regions and Transitions initiative and includes a number of elements such as the delivery of training and learning resources, a twinning component between peers in the European Union and also in Ukraine and the Western Balkans, and also the provision of technical and financial assistance. The second case that I studied was the 2018 Solidarity and Just Transition Silesia Declaration. So this was a document that was signed by over 50 parties on the opening day of COP24 in 2018 in Poland. And I think it represents a really important moment because it really kind of raised the profile of just transition and placed it at the heart of international or global climate governance. So in this declaration, I think we see a real ambition from the Polish presidency to raise the awareness of just transition. And within the document, we see a really broad and kind of inclusive approach to the concept. And I think that was part of a deliberate strategy by the presidency to kind of secure the broadest support possible. So while these are two kind of very different case studies, with one being kind of a broad declaratory statement and the other a specific policy initiative, I think they do represent the two most high-profile examples of EU international engagement on just transition specifically. And so I think it's useful still to examine them together and to see what kind of commonalities can be drawn out. So a first commonality that I would identify would be a kind of broad and non-prescriptive approach to just transition. So what I mean by that is that the Co-Regions in Transition initiative is designed to support regions in developing their own transition plans. And so it's kind of deliberately unspecific and deliberately non-prescriptive as to what those transition plans mean. And while in the case of the declaration, we've seen, and I already mentioned that this was part of a strategy from the Polish presidency to secure as broad a support as possible. So a focus on mutual learning and sharing of best practice is also a really prominent feature in both cases, although there's far greater emphasis on this in the initiative for co-regions in transition. And then finally, while each case is related to different constituents, I think it's clear in both examples that they underline the necessity of inclusive and representative processes. So looking at both these case studies kind of allows for the identification of some common features of the EU's action on just transition. So I know we're tight for time, so I'm just going to conclude very briefly. So in this research, I sought to examine just transition in the EU's external action and did that in two parts. So firstly, through conceptualizing just transition in EU internal policy, and then through focusing on two external case studies and looking at commonalities across them and between them. I think we can say that EU international engagement on just transition can be expected to grow in coming years, given the need to advance transitions in other parts of the world and given the value of just transition as a mechanism to kind of counter fears or narratives which might otherwise frustrate efforts to move towards low carbon economies. And a last thing I would say is that while just transition is critical inside Europe, I think we could say that the scale of the transition required in other parts of the world, so particularly in the kind of co-production and industrial heartlands in Asia, for example, is on a whole other level. So given that, I think there's a real potential for the European Union to play a global leadership role on transition issues and to work to promote just transition in a way that might help to mitigate some of the potential social and economic turmoil of unplanned or poorly planned transitions. So thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to kind of discussing this further and answering any questions you might have. And you can also see my email address on the slide there if anyone would like to get in contact with me to discuss this further. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ronan. I think in many ways you offered many conclusions for the entire day's conference, so that was great. And also you illustrated the topic with many case studies. That was really nice. In about 20-15 minutes, we'll have the closing remarks, speeches by participants. But before that, we have time for a discussion with the panel. I see that already we have 3 or 4 questions here. So what I suggest we do is that I read those questions unless the participants want to read them out loud, and then each of the panel speaker can have some time for a statement about one of the other presentations and to start a conversation, hopefully. So I will start with Jaroslav's question, unless he wants to read it. I think it was a question to Ina. And the question reads, to which extent the situation of shipping is complicated by the specific structure of this industry, meaning that you have countries of a flag, countries of register ownership by owners located yet in other countries, leasing arrangements by companies located elsewhere, and so on. Who in such a situation is a target of climate action of the EU in the IMO? Una, would you like to answer this question, and is it clear to you?
Yes, thank you very much for reading it out, and thank you to Mr. Pietras for this interesting question. Well, indeed, it is a very complex situation, and I tried to touch upon it in my paper, but then I realized that maybe I need another paper or maybe another life to tackle it to the extent it deserves. But so finally, the position I took is that more important than identification of the addressees of certain IMO actions or EU actions in the IMO is the understanding of the fluidity of the structure of the shipping sector that just emphasizes the importance of the competitiveness consideration in the policy-making process for the shipping sector. So I think the possible GHG emission reduction measures adopted locally or regionally have a potential to trigger this forum shopping that is actually possible given the complex situation, legal ownership and so on structure of the sector. So I think in that regard also it's even more important to strive for the international IMO measures as the use of the EU internal policy as a source of negotiating force with the aim of policy diffusion is fine, but we need to take care of delicate balance between the green transition and competitiveness of the industry, as is it so easy actually to change the legal structure and just go to a more convenient location, jurisdiction, and so on. So definitely, I think what is clear is that the competitiveness is even more enhanced in this context that we have in shipping. But it's true that understanding the various interests linked to the MEPC discussions, GHG discussions, it is made quite difficult by the fact that the structure of the sector is so very intricate. I hope that this answers your question in a way.
Moving on to the next question by Emad. I believe this was a question for Francesco and Francesca. It was about the soft law aspect, and his question is, to what extent do these operations, I think by this he means soft laws, the soft laws, are applied in third world countries, in specific the Middle East?
Yeah, Francesca, if you want, you can start, and then I complete.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Not so well, actually. If you could speak closer to the mic, it would be better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Fine. Okay, so actually I wanted just to say that actually with the soft law instruments we have a problem of the accessibility of instruments, because they are not all instruments are publicly available, so just a few of them. And therefore, the picture that we have from what we grasp from the website of the European Union is quite limited. And so far, we just found the agreements with India and China. And the last one about China concerns, for example, the possibility to join the emission trading systems between the European Union and China. So this is what we found on the website. Of course, then the use of the scope of the EU external action in the Middle East area is quite large, but we should continue to explore or to wait for the publication of the instruments. But Francesco can maybe have a better view concerning something different, which is the migration areas. So migration topic.
Yes, Francesca, indeed. So to the person who asked this, the problem that also the EU external relation doctrine always underline is the non-consistency. This really very difficulty of finding this soft law agreement in the, for instance, EU register. Depends of the competence, depends of the field, but for instance, for the environmental, they are not public, and that was really a topic that was struggling a lot of scholars. That's all the information are not available. You have to request them, and sometimes they reject for no reason. So this is also a concern, actually, in that we don't raise as well, but also the doctrine and main academic. Then with regards with the migration, as I was mentioning, is that in migration we have seen that soft law is is very well used with regards, for instance, the Turkey statement, or for instance with Afghanistan. You have another instrument that we mentioned in the paper. It's called the Joint Way Forward, also 2016, to returning. That was considered, let's say in substance, a EU readmission agreement. So also raised a lot of concern. Or for instance, if you look with Bangladesh or Jordan, you have some sort of, it's called compact with this country. So they are the EU is very, very well engaged with Middle Eastern countries in some specific field, and migration is for sure one of them. And it will be interesting to have more in environment, actually, and climate action. That will be mainly our next step in the continuation of our research. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much for your answer. The last question, specific question that we had was for Ronan. It's about your opinion on extending the Just Transition Fund to the EU's neighbors. So the question reads, it's by Pedro. The Green Deal includes a Just Transition Fund to help the transition in areas like you said, Silesia. Would you say that this fund should be extended to the EU's neighbors and even further? And or do you think that the Paris Agreement mechanisms are sufficient?
Thank you very much for the question. It's a really interesting one, and something I've thought about quite a lot myself as well already. Undoubtedly, I think it should be, and undoubtedly, I think perhaps not this specific mechanism, but undoubtedly, I think that just transition policies will be extended further, and particularly in the neighbourhood, I think we'll see a number of new initiatives. It was something that really came across in the interviews and the research that I did for this paper was a sense that we're kind of at the start, we're kind of in the emerging point of these kind of policies. And honestly, I thought a lot of the time that it would be a great paper to write in 2 years, maybe when things have developed a bit further. I think, for example, with the co-regions in transition initiative in the Western Balkans and Ukraine, I mean, I think we can really see that as a kind of first step. And so I think we could imagine that policy specifically could be extended further, or mechanisms like the Just Transition Fund could be extended further as well. And I think maybe one final thing I would say about the Just Transition Fund as well is that I think it serves the EU's kind of foreign policy aims in terms of environmental and climate objectives and decarbonisation. But I think there's also specific provisions of the Just Transition Fund that that are useful in terms of other objectives as well, or could serve other aims. So I'm thinking particularly about the sort of participatory elements of it and the community engagement, local engagement, and I think that those aspects of the Just Transition Fund specifically could serve aims such as democratization or you know, cementing local participation in the transition. So my expectation is to broadly say yes. I think just transition policies will be extended further in the neighbourhood, and I think there are specific advantages of extending the Just Transition Fund specifically in the neighbourhood and beyond.
Thank you for your answer. Unless anyone wants to jump in right now, I suggest we go through the panel and every speaker could have the chance to have a concluding remark or at least answer to another speaker. So the first on the list is you, Max. I think you would like to mention climate diplomacy as well. I think overall there has been a conversation here about the EU's role as an international actor in climate negotiations or on a climate transition overall. As you talked, Max, about leadership, then we talked about regulatory power with INA, we talked about soft law and international law, and we talked about neighborhood policy and so on. So you may have the floor now.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks very much indeed to all my fellow panelists. I think this has been enormously instructive, a very rich selection of arguments on this topic. I think what sort of sticks out for me the most in this is that really we've reached a stage of decarbonization efforts that are so demanding that it is impossible without quite obviously international cooperation. I saw the question in the chat asking whether it's a race with the United States. I think in that terms, I think the Green Deal can be seen in terms of its origin, perhaps as a way to profile the European Union as a sort of anti-Trump, the actor. But I think now that relationship will change and certainly has to change in terms of international cooperation. And that in terms of internally, it's also no longer possible to just focus on decarbonization in isolation, because you do need to moderate now, you do need to make those difficult decisions and moderate between different interests, and yes, address those hard questions. The hard fact that decarbonization is not going to be beneficial for everybody. Some sectors are going to be hurt, some people are going to be economically disadvantaged, and the question is now, how do you moderate between those interests, and how do you soften that blow, and which I think sticks out most to me in this regard. So thank you again.
Ina, would you like to jump in? Oh, maybe you didn't hear that. I was asking if Ina would like to jump in.
Yes, sorry, I didn't hear indeed. Well, just I already took a lot of everyone's time in my presentation and my answer, so I will just very briefly maybe finish with my answer to Pedro's question that I see here written. So what I think that basically in the end what is important is definitely cooperation with our international partners. I think on the international sphere we cannot do anything racing against the other and on our own. So it's also a challenge and an opportunity in the coming years to make that necessary cooperation even stronger and to really achieve a meaningful impact, continue meaningful impact and steps on the international sphere in terms of climate change.
Thank you, Ina. Next on the list is Francesco and Francesca. Is there any last remarks you would like to make, maybe to respond to someone else on the panel?
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank you for welcoming us and our ideas, which are really high profile and really innovative. Actually, I'm very honored to present our paper before yeah, a lot of really young, excited scholars. And yeah, for the rest, yeah, I would like to say something really briefly from Pedro about his perspective. At least my point of view is that, and what I guess it's external relation of EU in common as with international law and international relation is the geopolitical aspect that probably the EU is also becoming aware. And also, I think Max mentioned something, or Ronan, about the geopolitical aspect of, I mean, how EU is moving among these, let's say, major actors and powers, going from a sort of, going out, let's say, from a sort of economic perspective that was governing the EU, let's say, panorama policy from becoming a global actor also bears a lot of responsibilities to also become a sort of not only economical actor, because as you may see, you may know, I mean, we are sort of under the influence of the US. So when, let's say, it's not usual that we had the G7 and then Biden came and we swift a bit our policy after Trump, and I'm talking about Italy. I mean, we were pro-China with this memorandum of understanding, and then suddenly government change, and someone's come at our doors and say, look, the memorandum was nice, but I think you should align better with the Atlantic Alliance. So I guess we have, as Europe as economic actor has a lot of leeway, but as a global actor and geopolitical actor has to move in really strict rules, and he has also to bear his own responsibilities, as we've seen with Belarus and so on. And then is going to be the matter if whether the EU will be a real geopolitical actor for climate change. Thank you.
Thanks. Ronan, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, sure. I'll just say something very, very briefly. So yeah, I would like to thank the fellow panelists for their very interesting and very pertinent interventions. I think a really great feature of this conference today has been the diversity of presentations and interventions that we've had, and it's been a real pleasure to follow each of them. Personally, I find Just Transition really inspiring and really exciting, because I think it sort of speaks to two of arguably the largest issues kind of facing humanity today. So the climate crisis and also growing global inequality. And so for that reason, I'm sure that we'll see Just Transition continue to grow as a concept. And I look forward to following the work of those who've presented today on that. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone. Congratulations. This is the end of the conference, especially to you, Ronan, for graduating. And now we'll move on to the concluding and closing remarks of the day. And the first speaker is Afaf, who's a fellow student and a member of the Energy and Climate Governance Nest. And you'd like to offer some concluding words to the conference. Do you have a mic?
Can use this one. Yeah. So today's event is an invitation to contribute to the discussions and reflections regarding the European Green Deal in a setting like the one provided by the College of Europe in Natolin campus. As stated by Getrude BOMA, the environmental challenges observed around the world can have numerous consequences that would impact heavily the security and well-being of human communities. The importance of this conference, as stated by Madam Rector and Madam Vice-Rector, shows the key role that academic institutions, such as the College of Europe, are called to play, particularly in reflecting on fair and just models and solutions for all. So for the first panel, trade agreements and practices have to take into account environmental and climate variables. These variables concern sustainable development and free trade agreement of the last decade and call for sustained reflections on mechanism for straightening sustainable commitment. The implementations of these mechanisms can be intensified within the framework of the political commitment of the European Commission in the European Green Deal. Linking trade and environment to promote sustainable development is an effort to uphold climate justice. Moreover, reducing dependency from fossil fuels is a de facto an undeniable commitment to the goals of the Paris Agreements, for which the economies of the world understand that mitigation measures must be done urgently. The geopolitical challenges, as well as the commitment of the world's major industries, are at the heart of the implementation of climate neutrality goals that needs to be considered. The second panel of our participants tackled the carbon border adjustment mechanism that is seen by several countries as an opportunity for a better action for climate neutrality, while other countries sees it as a measure that will hamper their capacities to strengthen their economies, particularly in the context of COVID-19 crisis. The CBAM has given rise to commercial concerns, but also constitutes an opportunity to engage strongly in the perspective of climate neutrality. The third and our final panel discussed the ability of the EU to reinforce its role as a strong engine, pushing for climate commitments and enhanced in the external dimension of its Green Deal policy and within the coherence of its member states. Besides the multilateral effort conducted notably in the framework of the World Trade Organization or the International Maritime Organization, the bilateral dimension is as well still prominent, where efforts on negotiation phases in terms of free trade agreements and international treaties are conducted in the spirit and must be conducted in the spirit of joint ownership and international solidarity. So now it's congratulations to the students for organizing the climate conference, notably Joanna, Pedro, Marie, Kasia, Clara, Kevin, and Nicola. The Green Deal has been a passionate subject discussed during our year in Natolin. Reflections from the EU and the EU's neighborhood, either on the south or on the east, provided very interesting perspectives. Of course, this conference wouldn't have been possible without the unconditional support of Mrs. Vladimira Murawska, who, in the name of all the students, we would like to thank warmly. I would like to give the floor now to Mrs. Katarzyna Schwartz and Ambassador Lorkowski for their final closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Afaf. And this was such a comprehensive summary that I'm not sure what more else I can add. So maybe just a few thoughts on just transition as such, because we talked a lot about the climate and the social aspects, but to me, just transition is really about marrying the environmental and the social. These two need to go together because they depend on each other. In order to be successful, the transition, the energy transition, the climate transition needs to be fair and also seen as fair by workers, local communities, by the people. So the EU is already a global leader in climate policy as well as its social aspects. Within its borders, it's using a variety of policy instruments, as mentioned by our panelists today, to drive change and deliver climate neutrality by the mid-century, while also leaving no one behind. But a true transition cannot be limited to the EU member states. So the EU already has instruments to influence international net zero transition process and ensure that it is just. So brilliant papers were presented today, for example, about the carbon border adjustment, the tax or sustainable clauses in trade agreements. My expectation is that these will become all the more relevant in future. So I'm really hoping that we will have something to research and to talk about in future conferences. So again, on behalf of myself, the entire conference committee, thanks to all the students and the College of Europe staff for making this conference happen. I personally learned a lot. I think it was really brilliant. And on behalf of myself, and I'm sure also on behalf of Ambassador Lorkowski, thank you very much to all the conference committee members who have devoted their time to reviewing papers, to advising us on how to best organize it and how to best make it work. Thank you so much. And I'll pass on to Ambassador Lorkowski, who I believe is with us. Or is he? Okay, well, in that case, I'm definitely going to thank all the committee members and the students on behalf of myself and Ambassador Lorkowski. Thank you very much for being with us today, and have a great afternoon.